Madam President, are you ready for me to call roll?
Yes.
Trish Bodie,
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez DeLucia,
Here.
Anna Smith,
Here.
Sade Fashokun,
Here.
Paul Gautier, Christine Maurer,
Here.
Francesca Romans.
Here.
All right, it is 6:16 p.m. with the quorum of the board present. I declare and come to order our Thursday, March 23rd board meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees. We will start with our opening ceremony, and before we stand for our Pledge of Allegiance, I would like to welcome Cadet Jackson Kettler of the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC at Vista Ridge High School to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. Cadet Kettler is a 10th grade student at Vista Ridge High School, is the son of David and Melissa Kettler, and an active member of the Lone Star Company's varsity academic and unarmed drill teams. Cadet Kettler takes pride in serving the community as a volunteer at the Veterans Memorial Park and local Adopt a Road cleanups. He frequently fills in as class leader and takes it upon himself to mentor fellow students in preparation for promotions. His commitment to service, sharp personal appearance, and exemplary conduct earned him the designation as Cadet of the Month for February 2023. Cadet Kettler's performance and dedication reflect most favorably on the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC, his school, and Leander ISD. Well done, Cadet Kettler.
Please stand and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for a Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
All right, board members, how much do I love, and I know y'all love it too, to have our students start us off in the meeting. But now we get to go to the next part. It's our recognition. We're going to have our students continue starting our meeting with the Spotlight and Recognition, Baghdad Elementary School.
Good evening. My name is Miss Garza Canes. I am the proud principal of Baghdad Elementary, a dual language campus in Leander ISD. Baghdad Elementary is a diverse community that where our students and community members speak well over 20 languages. At Baghdad Elementary, we believe that biliterate students are empowered students, but you don't have to take it from me. Meet Syed. Syed, what does it mean to you to be an emergent bilingual student in the ESL program at Baghdad Elementary?
Hi, my name is Syed. I'm in 4th grade, and it means a lot to me because, being a dual language kid, it means all the dual language teachers. I appreciate all the dual language teachers because they teach me a lot of stuff, and that helped me a lot, and I appreciate them. And I came from Afghanistan all the way to America, so it takes a lot of practice to learn English, and yeah.
Thank you, Cyan. Meet TJ. TJ, what does it mean to you to be an emergent bilingual student in the dual language program at Baghdad Elementary?
Hi, my name is TJ, and I'm in 4th grade. And I think being in the dual language classes means like I get to learn 2 languages. I get to meet friends from different cultures, and then it challenges me like in a way with 2 different languages. And also I joined Baile Folklorico, so I can learn 2 like Latin type of dances.
Excellent. Thank you, TJ. Meet Brian. Brian, what does it mean to you to be an emergent bilingual student in the dual language program at Baghdad?
My name is Brian Avila Cabo. I'm in the 5th grade, and what it means to me to be an emergent bilingual student at Baghdad is that it's fun because we get to learn 2 different languages and we get to learn how to read and write in them. It's helped me build up my confidence because in pre-K I was a shy little boy, and now in 5th grade I do announcements 3 days a week. And it's also exciting and fun because I get to explore all my friends' different cultures, because some of us are from Mexico, some from Puerto Rico, some from Guatemala, I'm from Cuba, and some from El Salvador. So that's what it means to me to be an emergent bilingual student at Baghdad.
Thank you. And now we have Miss Charlotte. Meet Charlotte. And Charlotte, what does it mean to you to be an emergent bilingual student in the dual language program at Baghdad?
Hi, my name is Charlotte White, and I'm in the 1st grade, and my first language was English. Also, being a dual language estudiante means that I can learn lenguajes nuevos y make más amigos, not just ones that speak English. Mis maestras me ayudan to learn y grow en 2 lenguajes.
Thank you, Baghdad students. So at Baghdad, not only do we encourage our students to grow their confidence academically, but we also encourage them to learn different cultures through our enrichment programs. And I am very proud to showcase 2 performances for you tonight. The first is going to be Miss Elisan's group. Miss Elisan is one of our Spirit Exchange teachers. She comes to us from the Philippines. And the second is a Baile Folklorico group led by Miss Ana Cepeda. Miss Ana Cepeda has been a dual language educator in our district for 8 years. So we're gonna take just a minute to move the tables and chairs, and we will start off with our Filipino traditional folk dance first. Over here on this side, because the cameras are here. So right here, girls. Okay, in Miss Elisan's group, we have Charlotte, Catherine, Jacqueline, and Miley, and they are going to be dancing a traditional Filipino folk dance to the song Tiklos. gentlemen, this is Miss Elisan's group premiere performance. So can we please give them a round of applause? Very good. Thank you, ladies. So up next, we have Miss Cepeda's Baile Folclórico group, and they are going to be dancing a traditional Baile Folclórico dance, Los Machetes. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for giving us the opportunity to showcase the wonderful things that are happening in our dual language and ESL programs at Baghdad Elementary. And as always, at Baghdad, we purr with pride. Thank you.
As they line up here for a picture and board members are going to join them, before board members move, can we have all of our parents who brought them and siblings that are here to cheer them on and teachers of these students, can y'all stand up so we can applaud and thank y'all too? Thank y'all so much. All right, board members, if y'all want to go ahead and we'll get a picture. All right, board members, we're going to move on to our communication and announcements. And y'all know we have a long agenda this evening, and I've told y'all before, estimated timeline is estimate. That doesn't mean that it's going to take that long. It could be shorter, it could be longer. This is just for y'all to see. 1:30 is actually what I'm guessing is it where it's going to end at. But y'all can prove me wrong. So I don't mind being wrong if it's shorter, but we'll talk about the items we need to talk about. Let's make me wrong. All right, so we'll move on to the board member remarks, which I've started off. I will tell you just quickly, it has been a busy week. Your legislative committee has been very busy, and we will talk more about that when we get to that agenda item. And I'll go ahead and open it up for other board members. Any other remarks?
Real quick one, I got to go to Baghdad Elementary yesterday, which was fantastic. Yeah, it was great to be able to see the classes in action and get to see all those kiddos just doing awesome.
Last weekend was in San Antonio. It was our regional robotics, and it was just great to see our school. Schools the week before, Cedar Park and Vandergrift were at a robotics tournament last weekend. Robotics tournament, the one that was in San Antonio. Sorry, they're all swirling around. Vandergrift advanced to the state championships, and it's really awesome just to see the engineering, all the different components of mechanical, electrical, computer science, engineering, kind of all coming together in that space. Additionally, in the leadership TASB group that I'm a part of, we have sub-teams, and my group is working on student voice and how you bring student voice into your district and how you really grow student voice. And it's been really, it's been a great process of looking at how that works at all the different levels. And we're going to present, our group will present at the TASB conference in Dallas. And so I think everyone can watch. And our group, like I said, there's different groups that's on, school finance, school governance, and ours is student voice. And what's really been nice is hearing people say, wow, it'd be really awesome if there was like a superintendent or a board advisory group. And I was like, yeah, we do that. And just looking at all the ways, but also I think looking at ways that we could grow student voice. So I'm eager to share a lot of that information with y'all and, some different ways that we could do that, especially at the elementary levels as well. So.
All right, board members, we'll go ahead and move on to our citizen comment portion of our agenda. We'll go ahead and again, let our students introduce it for us.
Hello, my name is Kaveri, and I'm a 7th grader at Stiles Middle School. The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children, like me and my friends here in the Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the citizen comment agenda item. This is dedicated time during the meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LISD family is listening. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you have read community guidelines specified in board operating procedures and BED local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct and the example you're choosing to set when presenting complex information. Remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings either by watching them online, or you might even see some of us in the audience. Still, remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email, come to a board cafe, or just tell them that you would like to chat sometime. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
All right, thank you so much, community members and those watching online. We will start always with our students first at the citizen comments, and then we'll be moving into adults. And I'll go ahead and start calling our numbers. Speaker number 1.
I wanted to talk to you today to tell you a school is more than a building. A school is where the staff knows all of us and asks us how we're doing. A school is where we all our teachers know and encourage us. A school is where we learn about each other, even when we don't speak the same language. A school is where we can all be different and still be friends. A school is where we became a community. A school is a home.
Calling a school a facility does not let you think about what a school is to the kids that go there. Thinking that closing a school and moving us all around is not a big deal is not the truth. It's a very big deal to us. I'm in 4th grade and my brothers are in 1st, and this type of change to shut down one of our schools takes away all of the safe feelings we have.
It breaks up all our community. It makes it hard to learn.
It makes it hard to trust. It's not a good plan for students like us and our friends. There should be other choices. Closing home for our community is a very bad idea.
Right. Thank you very much, Speaker Ones. Y'all did great. Excellent job. All right, speaker number 2.
Hi. Hello? Okay. I'm Elliot Borchert, and I currently go to Henry Middle School. And I'm here to talk today to talk about why you just shouldn't move us around, toss us around and whatnot, like between schools. I went to Westside Elementary, and when I transitioned to Henry Middle School, I lost like all of my friends and community collapsed for me. And then I'm finally getting used to the community of my middle school, and then I am threatened with a rezone. And this is probably not just with me. Probably many other kids feel the same way. That you shouldn't just toss us around, move us around in schools when we've already got a life there. It'll tear us apart. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 2. And before we move into our adult speakers, I'd like our students to know that we can interact with you during citizen comments, but you will hear the board as converse, and we might be talking about the things you brought up if the items are on the agenda. We do have later tonight discussions on attendance, zoning, and long-range planning. Thank you all very much for coming out. All right, speaker number 3.
I am a citizen and a taxpayer, and I'm here now, this is 3 years now consecutively, coming to say I'm here to fight for my freedoms for my family as a parent, and for others' freedoms as well. It's been 3 years and it hasn't had to come to this point, but apparently my freedoms are not important to you. So I'm here to fight for them tonight. I signed up to talk about parental rights, and my second point that I signed up to talk about was taxation without representation, which is kind of ironic because it's how this country was formed. People standing up and saying no against taxation, as if government thinks that they own our money and they own our rights. I'm here to say, no, you don't. It didn't have to come to this point, but unfortunately we are. And in closing, I'm going to cite something that I read before from the Declaration of Independence. It says, For light and transient causes, and all experience has shown that mankind are disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable, and to not right themselves by abolishing the forms by which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations pursuing invariably the same object evidences a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government.
All right. Thank you, speaker number 3. Speaker number 4.
Thank you to Dr. Gearing and the Board of Trustees for the work you do and for the opportunity to speak to you today. I am the mom of 2 students at Laura Welch Bush Elementary. I am here today on behalf of my first grader and other young children in Steiner Ranch who will be directly affected by the district's long-range plan. I am very concerned by the plan to close and repurpose 1 elementary school in Steiner Ranch in 2025 and also 1 middle school in either Steiner Ranch or 4 Points in 2028. My first grader would be in the unlucky position to be affected by these closures twice, which would cause a lot of upheaval in a short amount of time. If the 3 Steiner elementaries were consolidated into 2 today, the remaining 2 would be more than 100% full. Zoning for the consolidation is scheduled to occur this fall, when we won't yet know if the actual enrollment numbers will decline as much as the demographic report projects. Would the board find it acceptable for the remaining schools to be more than 100% full? I urge the board to gather more data and community input before making the decision to close or repurpose a school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Speaker number 5.
Madam President, Board, Dr. Gearing, the long-range plan isn't ready yet. The LRP uses a demographic projection table that is one piece of a 220-page report, and PASA explains this table is weighted on new builds. An example of a consideration not used is on page 176. Young student declines from the pandemic complicates an understanding of true demographic trends in those years. It remains difficult to know if this is still reminiscent of a pandemic-related enrollment decline. COVID still complicates future enrollment predictions. At just 2 years out, historically, the table has significant deviations from actuals, between 9 and 10% for our elementary schools, meaning this isn't reliable data in and of itself for use for something as critical as a school closure or $161 million on the bond. We've heard this is a living document, but a living document has thresholds for when certain events should or shouldn't occur, and that wasn't done prior to the $161 million on the bond. There are no alternatives listed for where a professional learning center will go. This isn't a living document yet. I've watched every meeting online. The CFAC had amazing recommendations, but somewhere between the $448 million that they recommended and giving 0 votes to the elementary school South repurpose project, while also questioning if it was ready for the bond without detail or community input, the repurpose was added to the bond anyway. CFAC recommended a combining of the Science Materials Building and Professional Learning Center for $19 million without that $37 million breakout for the repurpose by itself in a school closure. Last sentence. Why risk the absolute necessity?
Thank you. Thank you, speaker number 5. Speaker number 6.
My sons had to beg me to let them speak tonight, and I was very hesitant, but we all have a mission, ethics, and beliefs, and stopping my sons from being able to say what they felt they needed to would have been contrary to our own as a family. Mission statements are interesting. They're how we identify our best selves. The LISD mission statement specifically calls out knowing and appreciating the students, creating a safe and supportive environment, and partnering with each family. We watched the CFAC meetings, and the repurposement of Southern elementary schools received 0 votes for inclusion, not 1. We could have supported the bond package 100% based on recommendations provided by the board on January 23rd. However, somewhere between their final recommendation and the night before the bond submission deadline, several items from the long-range plan were added without any communication or community input, making me wonder where was the mission statement in guiding that plan. It's also interesting to look at the core values of LISD, where it explicitly states each student is at the heart of our decisions, focusing on their overall student experience, and later goes on to add developing and maintaining meaningful collaborative relationships between our LISD family is vital, but we saw no collaboration. There was no plan to communicate any rezoning or gain input from impacted Southern schools, and as my sons noted, their overall student experience feels greatly ignored. But let's move on to your ethical principles. Multiple CFAC members expressed concerns about the lack of community education and involvement in advance of the bond, and time again, those questions and concerns were ignored. In fact, your communications chief stated in January 11th CFAC meeting that the district was not soliciting public feedback or trying to create awareness about the long-range plan items until after the election. That does not feel like respect for others or fairness. At this point in time, the board needs to take accountability, and we still hope that this is done by accepting our resolution we provided, as we have given a path to demonstrate concern for others.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker 6. Speaker number 7.
Hello, my name is Brian Tomto. I'm a citizen and I'm also a parent of LISD children. I'm here to speak a bit more about this topic of closing schools. It's a tough issue. We're at the tip of the iceberg. It's starting to happen because some of the more mature areas in our district are getting to the point where there's more volatility in the enrollment rate. What's important to understand, if you ask your demographer, they'll validate this, it's very difficult to predict exactly what will happen with schools over time. For example, communities are built in phases. So as those phases of parents who moved in with young children age out, there can be very large spikes in folks moving out and other folks with young children moving in. These things happen. It's part of regenerative processes. With all those risk factors, it means that moving ahead with any school closure without having very concrete and reliable conservative measures for making those decisions is not a prudent course. What I highly suggest is to take some time, work with your demographer and work among yourselves to come up with a policy that would allow for very carefully choosing when and how to make decisions around school closure. Of course, these decisions should also take into account factors like geographical isolation, implications to specific areas, and community input. It's really important to have a policy for that because these are not lightweight decisions. As we've heard from others, they impact entire communities, and certainly we don't want to go and go back on any of these decisions. The last thing we would want is to choose to close a school and find out several years after repurposing it that it was the wrong decision. So I'd ask you to please consider this approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker number 7. Speaker number 8.
Board members, administrators, and supporters want to know why there's so much distrust among the community. After combing through hundreds of hours of board meetings, committee meetings, and searching for documents that may or may not be available to us, we have some answers to that question for you. On January 10th, it was mentioned that research shows the ideal number of students for an elementary school is 600. The district already has design plans that could be reused, saving millions that could go to other needs. Instead, you've chosen to add a school for 1,000 students in Treviso that will actually take students from Mason, drop their attendance to 300, and cause the school to be considered for closure or repurposed. Yet we've been told building new schools up north doesn't have anything to do with closing schools elsewhere. On January 10th, a committee member stated that the higher ticket items from the long-range plan needed to wait so they could hammer out the details. Yet they were added to the bond. You added projects to the bond that had 0 votes from the community, including the elementary repurpose in the south, along with the north and central early childhood centers, which received 1 and 2 votes respectively, to the tune of $111 million. Yet they were added to the bond. In the January 11th CFAC meeting, there was reference to an option that included all of the Tier 1 actual current needs to the tune of $450 million, yet the current bond is nearly $313 million more. Also on January 11th, Christina Hardy, your communications director, stated, "I don't think we are actually soliciting the public on feedback or trying to create awareness until after the election. Yet you're asking us to quote unquote trust that you'll involve the community in the future. This statement alone brings to light the blatant disregard that you have for the community that you're asking to trust you."
Thank you, Speaker number 8. Speaker number 9.
Good evening, Dr. Gehring and Board of Trustees. I am here to propose a media studies class next year in our elementary school's specials rotations. I know there's a process, and I appreciate those who have reached out already to talk more. Also, I'm sure 17 of our elementary yearbook sponsors who are also full-time teachers and admin would like to hear my proposal. I've been Reagan's yearbook sponsor for the past 5 years and was also Whitestone's for a couple of years when I worked there. It was an enormous time-consuming task to take on for no compensation. I believe our elementary schools should have a media studies class dedicated to our student-led yearbook as well as other media skills. In elementary, media studies would also be in charge of basic keyboarding skills, video announcements, creating and keeping up with digital portfolios, as well as all existing and future technology TEKs set for 2024. This media studies class encompasses every part of our graduate profile. This class would spark innovative, critical, and creative thinkers. Media studies would create skilled communicators and collaborators through projects like yearbook and video announcements, where students are able to contribute their perspectives to our school and community. Finally, all students would be embracing their strengths and interests and finding their passions from a very young age. Let's create a position that will put these projects and skills in the forefront while both allowing students to find their passions and respecting teachers' previous efforts. I would love to continue this conversation further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker number 9. Speaker number 10.
Hi, everybody. My name is Kim Borchert, and I'm a mom of 5 kiddos. My oldest graduated from Vista Ridge last year, and I currently have children in 11th, 8th, 6th, and 3rd grades. When we moved to the district in 2014, my oldest was in 5th grade. We go to Westside Elementary, and that was the year that the middle school and high school zoning was changed to make the kids closest to Westside go to Cedar Park. If this proposed change had happened then, I would have been over the moon. But it didn't. We live off of West Park Street between Bell and Lakeline. Until the new construction on that street, my children were typically one of maybe 20 students from Westside that were zoned for Henry and Vista Ridge. But now we are cemented in our Henry and Vista Ridge communities. I have children with 504s and IEPs. Structure and stability are incredibly important for them. They are in theater, band, and other extracurriculars and have made important friendships and connections, not only with their friends, but also with their teachers. When the proposed zoning change happens, I will have a 5th, 8th, and 10th grader. My now 8th grader started middle school in the pandemic. She did not attend middle school in person until 7th grade. This change will disrupt her high school experience very similarly to how her middle school experience was disrupted. My 6th grader will be in 8th grade. He has high anxiety and IEP and works closely with Susan Zadamak, his social skills teacher. This will be emotionally and mentally disruptive in ways you cannot imagine. The children who live in Zone 2100 and attend Westside have already had to leave friends they made in elementary school to go to middle school. They have already had to do this adjustment once. They need stability and the option to stay where they are. I understand this.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker 10. Speaker number 11. Speaker number 11. Okay, speaker number 12. Marlena or Peter not here? Okay, speaker number 13. Speaker number 13, Brandy not here. Speaker number 14, Mike not here. Speaker number 15, Celeste? No. Okay. All right, well, that concludes the citizen comments agenda item. We got done a little quicker than we thought. See, time's already going. For all, as well for the adults who are here in the audience, just know that we cannot interact with you in citizen comments, and for those online, we do have agenda items later this evening that will be discussing long-term planning and attendance zoning. Our meeting is scheduled to last until possibly 1:30, but we'll see how the evening goes. But you can watch, board members can bring up questions and talk about items at that time when we get to those agenda items. Thank you all so much for coming out to speak to the board, and we'll go ahead and close that agenda item and move to our next agenda item. We'll be going to our consent agenda. Board members, if I don't have a motion to sever, then I need a motion to approve.
I move the board approve the consent agenda items as presented.
I second.
I have a motion from Anna, second from Chris. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on to the superintendent report.
Thank you, Madam President. We introduce our future chefs. We'll see how much fun in just a second. So. We wanted to jump in a little bit with safe and innovative learning environments, as you've heard, and as you know, the big topic of conversation right now is our May 2023 bond. We just wanted to introduce some of the materials that are available already. We will be starting to do community presentations in the next week or so, and those will go fast and furious as we go. Of course, we have a video that we've put out. I'm not going to play the video for you, but that is available on the website that people can go and watch as just a general introduction to the bond issue. We do have a flyer on the website as well, which has all of the information about the different propositions, about the tax rate, and also ways for folks to reach out if they have further questions or would like to request any kind of presentation. We do have a presentation that we will at some point be posting on the website as well, that we will be going throughout the community making presentations to all of our stakeholders. There will be opportunities during that time as well for question and answer from those communities that we visit. There are also some town halls that are posted on the website that will be a slightly less formal process where folks will be able to come and ask questions. And then, of course, the website itself at leanderisd.org/bond2023. There's a gold button right at the top of the page where you can request to have a presentation. Lots of information under the resources button that you see right there in the middle of the page, as well as links to the CFAC information and a frequently asked questions section as well. All right, I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the empowered learning that's going on with our staff and our students in the district. This is one of our elementary classrooms, and I want to just talk a little bit about what we're seeing in this particular classroom. This is a teacher who is using our district written curriculum to its full extent. She's also been doing a book study with a group of our curriculum specialists in the district on the book called Building Thinking Classrooms. This is specifically a mathematics instructional book, and this is, of course, her math portion of her day in the elementary classroom. And you'll see that there are lots of different things happening in this particular classroom, but in all of them, the students have some things in common. Number one, there's a lot of communication and student academic discourse between each other. There's also a lot of collaboration happening as they solve problems together. You'll notice in the bottom right that there are physical manipulatives available to the students at all times. In this case, they were studying fractions, and so what you see in that little bucket are fraction strips that they can lay on the table, that they can compare. The piece of paper with the little yellow, with the clear counters on it are sentence starters for the students. So these are ways for the students to be prompted to have this academic discourse with each other to make sure that they're really digging deep into the learning. And there's accountability in there because they're putting one of those clear counters on those questions as they're asking them. And so it's just a physical way for them to connect to the academic learning that they're actually doing. We also see these non-permanent vertical spaces around the classroom, and you can see them working there in the top right corner on the dry erase board. This is, in fact, a pretty complex equivalent fractions piece of work that they're doing, and the students are really struggling with the learning and having this backwards and forwards discourse, and they're able to physically move around those numbers between the numerator and the denominator and between each side of the greater than and less than sign, and they're able to really dig deep into what's happening in that. In the top left corner, you'll see the students are playing a game called Fraction Wars, where there's 3 students involved. They're putting down cards, and the biggest fraction gets to get all the cards. And so you'll see them, though, they each have an individual dry erase board where they're writing and processing. They have the manipulatives available to them. They have those sentence stems to challenge each other with. And when you walk in this classroom, the way that it's set up, there's a lot of preparation on the teacher's part ahead of time to make sure that these activities are at the right level, that they're based on the curriculum, that they're based on the standards that we want these students to learn. And there's this hum in the classroom, and you just know when you walk in that there's real active engagement and learning happening in this particular classroom. And so we said, okay, so if this is happening in this classroom, I wonder what happens if we go and look at the data for this classroom and see, does it match what we're seeing in the classroom? And so that's exactly what we did. So this is middle of the year map data. You've seen this at a higher aggregate level that we've brought to you as we talk about our data leading measures. This is an entire grade level dot, and just to give you orientation to the 4 quadrants, along the x-axis are achievement medians. And so you can see that this particular grade level is higher than the 50th percentile, which is where we want them to be. On the y-axis, or on the vertical axis, though, this is the growth measure, and you can see that this particular grade level is not growing above the median, which is not where we want them to be. So ideally, we want them to be in that top right-hand quadrant. So if you dive a little deeper into the data and start looking at the classrooms inside that grade level, then you can see that we have several different teachers in the grade level and performing in different places as a class as a whole. That classroom that we were talking about is the one that is in the top right quadrant. And so we're starting to say, okay, so it looks like the work that we're doing in this classroom and the training that we're doing in this math, building thinking classrooms, is having an impact on the data. But that's just one data point for right now. And so we said, well, if we look across the years, what is happening? And so on the left-hand side, we have the last year's middle of the year, and on the right-hand side, this current year's middle of the year. It's hard to see on here, but the colors are, the reds are the 1st to the 20th percentile, and then 20 to 40, 40 to 60, 60 to 80, and 80 to 100 as we go all the way across to the blue on the right-hand side. The teacher in question in that classroom is on the very bottom, and she moved from a 37th percentile overall to a 53rd percentile. Now, we saw growth in all of these teachers, except for one that stayed fairly steady. But it's interesting to see that her lowest percentile went from 32% last year to just 10% this year, and you can see that huge growth in the yellow and the green, which shows us the achievement. This particular data point is all about achievement. And so we just wanted to point out that we have teachers across the district that are diving into professional development such as this, and it is having an impact on their students, and you can see the impact in the data. And so as we dig further in, we'll be looking at more examples of what that looks like across the board, but we wanted to share that with you today. As we go from this kind of aggregate data, because even this data is aggregated at the classroom level, we didn't want to forget for a second that it's all about these individual students. And so I discovered a board today in one of our schools that had the sentence stem, I shine. And so I just wanted to share with you some of these. This one says, I shine at being a leader. This one says, I shine at drawing anime. This one says, I shine at writing stories. This one says, I shine at being honest. This one I first thought was Sarah's soulmate because I read it very quickly and it says, I shine at waiting. But then when I zoomed in, because I'm old, I discovered it actually says I shine at writing with 2 T's, which is fabulous. This is John's nemesis, is I shine at safety. This one says I shine at helping. And my very favorite, I shine at sharing. And I don't know, but our district photographer have some way of capturing moments in time. And I'm not exactly sure what the master chef was doing at this point, but every one of those adults is absolutely enthralled in whatever was happening. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Board members, any questions?
Okay, let me just defend myself for a minute here. So I have to say that was the one thing we should have commented on for board member remarks was the Future Chefs competition was amazing. Our winner was a little first grader who had the best broccoli mushroom salad that, I mean, just amazing. So super proud of all of them. I don't know exactly what point this was, but they were all fantastic. I never imagine in a million years thought bananas and peanut butter and raisins and cinnamon would be good, but it is amazing. So just ask Everett Weltzen in first grade. He will tell you all about it. So, but yeah, it was a fantastic time. Can you go back to slide 12? Because my math nerd is going to dig in here for a minute. Okay. Yeah, that one. Actually, no, go back to where the kids were. That's even better. Nope. The kids. They're doing the fractions. Okay. So I just want to make a comment about how our curriculum teams have done a lot of work over a lot of years to create what you see here. The data is great and the numbers are great, and I'm really proud of that teacher for digging in and figuring out her class and what she needed to do as an educator to figure that out. But I think what gets lost sometimes is that when our curriculum teams do the work that they do, both with language arts and science and social studies and mathematics and all of the things that they do, it's a lot. I just want to say that it took years for us to get here. And the idea of some kind of generic curriculum coming in to take over this makes my heart hurt. So I really feel like when you see kids being active in their class with fractions of all things, because that's not everybody's favorite thing. It might be my favorite thing because it's pretty awesome, but I'm a math nerd. So to see this kind of discourse and then the data to follow it up that just shows the deeper learning matters. The curriculum that we've built, that we've taken all of this time and all of this effort and all of the people that are behind all of that work. And yeah, you can talk about bridges and how awful it is and all those things that people say, because they do, they say that. But unless you've dug into it, you don't know how good and deep and rich it really can be. And especially when you get into the special education portion of that, and you get into those intervention modules, and you realize there's a little examination you can give a kiddo that shows me where they are and where there's a puzzle piece missing, or there's a piece of data or a piece of information that maybe they missed and they were home that day. But that's that little building block that you just need to go back and teach them. And it's amazing what they can do, and that proves it. So I just want to say shout out to the curriculum teams for being awesome, because y'all are amazing. So thank you.
All right. We'll leave that mic drop moment. Excellent. All right. We will close that agenda item and move on to our student experience. Speaking of student experience, these are going to now move into our discussion and action items. We're going to start with our instructional material selection process, and I understand we have a guest here this evening. This item is up for discussion. The vote for this would be April 13th.
I was going to say it was a great segue into having our team up here this evening. Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Gearing, Board of Trustees. We are here today for the third time to bring to you the culmination of all of the hard work that these two gentlemen have done, as well as the teachers within our system and the community feedback that we have gotten about our instructional materials. So we're here to recommend to you today the ones that we are bringing forward for vote at the next meeting. So the purpose of tonight is to review the materials that have been selected by our teams for the 4 courses you see there. If you look back at previous presentations, we also have review for American Sign Language and Chinese. We are going to have to bring those to a different board meeting at a future date because of the vendor process that vendors have to go through within our system from those selections. So it's not that we're not adopting those, it's just that we're not able to bring them to you tonight. So tonight we're just bringing forward our social studies and our mathematics courses for consideration. So this you've seen before. This is a slide that we've been showing. This is just to kind of remind you that this is the process that we go through for our adoption. This is our annual timeline, and it aligns with our TEMA manual, which we worked as a system of leaders to create and refine over the last several years to ensure that we have a manual that we're following that includes all of these parts, which is frequent board communication as well as community input into the processes. This next slide is specific to the communication with you all, which again, I mentioned this is our 3rd visit here for this, where we kind of, at the beginning of the year, let you know the whole process and let our community know the whole process, and then come again at mid-year to put the books that have kind of risen to the top, or the materials that have risen to the top for review that our teachers are reviewing, and then that process has been happening over the last few months. And so after all of that and the rubrics that go for that, then we're ready to present the ones to you tonight. And then this again is how all of the different ways in which we provide the community an opportunity to give us feedback. So if you'll remember at the January meeting, we had our materials on display, and we allowed that to be reviewed. We have a review site both at our district office at Cedar Park High School so that people can come in and review the materials and as well as give feedback. We have everything online for people to access to give that feedback. We do those at all of the meetings that are listed there. DWIC this year was canceled because of the ice storm, but we sent an email to every DWIC member to say, here's where you go to provide feedback, and we really value your feedback. At our CACAC meeting, we spent about 30 to 45 minutes allowing our CACAC members, which is a team of about 30 people, to go through and review whatever materials they were interested in reviewing and hopefully provide feedback as well. We also, as we started last year, did listening sessions where we had an opportunity on one day, 3 different times during the day, for community members to log in and speak to both Tony and Kip and Maria to talk about the resources that were being considered and any questions they might have. So this is the same process that we started last year and continued this year, and I would recommend that with success that it would be continued again in the future. We had 325 individuals that viewed our website at one point in time during that open, and again, I mentioned we prepared to take to DWIC, but then emailed out to DWIC, and then we have about 35 CACAC members, and which also have some of our students on that panel as well that we're able to review in person during our meeting time. So I am going to turn it over now to Tony Benazzi and Kip Harmon, and Tony is our math coordinator, secondary math coordinator, and Kip is our secondary social studies coordinator. And so they're going to take you through and talk about our recommendations in both of those areas.
Okay, and I just want to say I really like fractions also, probably more than calculus. So yeah, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing, Madam President, thanks for letting us speak to you tonight to bring this to you. So I'm going to talk about AP Calculus A, B, and BC. I want to thank the committee that I had from every campus. So we had really good representation and voices represented across the district. And it was really great to actually almost have all the teachers be involved with this, given the type of course it is. So we had a 2008 resource when I got here 18 months ago, and that was one of the first pieces of feedback I got is, can we start looking at something new, something more update? And so we did, and we took about 12 to 14 resources, with the one you see here being one of them, down to 3. The other 2 were kind of traditional books with online pieces as well, but this one is what rose to the top unanimously from the committee, and it's through OpenStax, which is a Rice University resource, and it includes Volume 1, Volume 2, and Volume 3 of calculus, which is basically Cal 1, Cal 2, Cal 3. You'll see that there's $0 cost for this resource because it's an open ed resource. The committee really loved how obviously it was aligned to the course, to the exam. They loved the free resource piece of it, as well as the student instructor resources and the access for families. That was something they talked about a lot. There's a starter guide, solutions manual, kind of the common things you would see with all resources, but they were very impressed with what was offered with OpenStax. The most updated version, because this is online only, is updated as of January 13th of this year. So again, it's very commonly updated. The resource is, like I said, on the College Board list. They have a very long list of higher ed and districts that use OpenStax. So did a little research. UT, A&M, Texas State all utilize OpenStax currently, and then Conner ISD and Klein ISD utilize certain OpenStax resources, not particularly calculus, but they do utilize OpenStax. Just a couple of quotes from the committee. The resource can strongly support students' ability to transfer conceptual understanding to new circumstances or data. That was from the committee. And then this resource is designed to accommodate different approaches to calculus, and they really loved that it had a diverse, it covered diverse topics, where they're trying to apply calculus to things like biology, ecology, business, and economics, to name a few. So this is the primary resource that we'd like to bring to you for our recommendation for Calculus A, B, and BC.
For AP US History, we take a look at the text that's on the screen, American History by McGraw-Hill. This is one of 8 that we started with, and they were all recommended by College Board. We currently use for our 10th grade a McGraw-Hill text, and so this will be a nice transition for students who are in our AP World History, for them to be able to move right straight into another McGraw-Hill text. We had all AP US History teachers who were a part of the process. At some point in time, they were all had the opportunity to provide input, and at several different times, we had different ways for them to provide input. We had a little bit of anecdotal input provided from some students, where teachers put passages of text side by side to allow students to get an idea of maybe which one they would like to read. And this one kept coming up as one that the students enjoyed, if you can enjoy a textbook. Yes. And so I'll just highlight a couple of the items that came out from the teachers that they liked, as well as some of the things that for students, some of the resources. This text has some interactive resources in the text for students that it's highlighting. There's note-taking, the ability to take notes, which would follow the student throughout the year, and then also speech to text. It has what's called the Smart Book feature, and this is a feature that allows students to go through an adaptive learning experience where they're asked questions, and if they get the question wrong, it sends them back into the text to a certain place to read more about it, come back and answer a new question at a different level. As they move through, the questions get harder and harder. So not quite the AI type situation, but it's pretty close. And then also text and resources are fully aligned to the College Board course and exam description. It also provides teachers with customization options, test banks aligned to the new exam format, and support for teaching the historical skills and writing skills necessary for the AP exam. I had a lot of great comments from teachers about that piece of it, and it being directly aligned to the College Board's course and exam description, which most of our new texts are following that. The price on the screen covers 6 years of online access for our teachers and students, as well as a physical text for each student. In the past, and we would like to continue to do so, our AP students have requested a physical text as well as online, and we've been able to provide that, and we'd like to continue to do so. For the next two, it's going to be the same resource for the African American Studies and the Mexican American Studies courses. These were 2 courses that you approved, the board approved back in the fall. We had gone ahead and started the process of looking at resources prior to that, just in case it was approved. So we'd be able to bring this to you now since the courses would start in the fall. We have chosen the active classroom, African American and Mexican American course maps. We currently use the active classroom as a supplementary resource for our 8th grade U.S. history courses. And there are some really great features within this fully online program. It helps us to address our district social studies vision by exposing students to inquiries, a variety of primary and secondary sources, and challenges students to make meaning of their learning through the lessons that are provided in the teacher resources. It is fully online for teachers and students. It has alignment with TEKS for both courses. It also fully integrates with the Google Classroom, which this was a feature that the teachers that reviewed it really liked because it is so integral to our classes today. The student text includes multiple languages. In fact, I believe it was 100 and some odd languages that it can be translated into for students, and there is a text-to-speech feature as well. The lessons include maps, graphic organizers, primary and secondary sources, charts, graphs, videos, and as I mentioned, inquiries, which is a key piece of our district vision for social studies. The teacher guide, lesson resources, assessments of all kinds from the quiz level all the way up to some project type assessments. The price that is on the screen would include all 7 sites if both of these courses or one of the courses were to make at all of our high schools. If it does not, obviously that cost would be lower, and we wouldn't purchase that until we needed it at that campus. So I don't anticipate at this time that we would be spending that full cost, but that $122,850 would cover both courses. It's not double that amount.
Okay, so this slide just summarizes the cost. I will say that with the calculus being free, I was even at a sporting event, and an AP calculus teacher came up to me and said, guess what, the resource that we're choosing is free. It's going to allow us to spend money on other things. So it was a pretty exciting moment that they were choosing something that they loved that way. Now, I want to talk a little bit about our TEMA allocation. We are getting word that, in theory, the state is going to reinstate our TEMA allocation back to pre-pandemic times, which would be around $8 million for the biennium. However, there are bills, at least one, out there right now that would have a huge impact on what and how that is funded and what and how we could spend our resources on. So I have that number up there because that is actually what we currently anticipate, but we won't know until May exactly what the state allocation will be. But we are, for this year, spending just $229,000 roughly on instructional materials, which is probably the lowest it's been in the last few years as far as that goes. Again, with the OpenStax being a choice, I think that makes a big difference in that. And again, I just want to applaud the teams that have worked all year long, teachers coming together during some of our professional learning days, after school Zooms, to really dig in and choose all these resources. And I have to commend them for the work that they feel it's important to choose. So, any questions for us?
Well, I was going to say the timing of this presentation is perfect. So if y'all want to stick around, we get a legislative update after this, and I'm guessing this conversation might be in there some too. Thank you so much for pointing out. I think sometimes it gets lost, the work that goes into selecting the materials. And I have to say, with all the information that we go through, to know that our teachers are looking at it and heavily weighing in, that there's their voice that's included in this process, so, as well as our parents, our community. I mean, it is comprehensive, but I'm so glad to know that our teachers say these are products that they can work with and see benefits for our students. So thank y'all for making sure that stays present in the discussions. Board members, any questions?
I have a quick question on the process. So specifically with the AP US History, you mentioned that there were 8 texts that you started with and then whittled down to 1, and that involves the teachers and the students. You got some feedback. When the community was involved, were they involved at the point where it was just whittled down to one, or did they help with whittling it down as well?
We, in January, we got it down to 3 texts, and that's what we put out for public comment. And it was similar with, I believe, with the calculus and also the African American and Mexican American studies courses. We had 3.
All right, thank you.
I have a really quick question about the online resources, because I know something that I hear a lot in our community is that parents are concerned when there's no physical book. And I know I myself have a student that prefers pencil to paper. So is there an ease for families to print off materials as they need them from the online resources?
So what was not in this slide for calculus is that they also have a recommendation for a supplementary resource that is very low cost that we're going to move forward with TEMA, and that is going to be something that we are offering to print each year. So we'll allocate money within our in-house printing, and if teachers would like that, because some in the committee have voiced that they want to put things in front of their kids, but others said that their kids, current kids don't necessarily need that. So we're going to push that forward as well, but it's a supplementary resource. So this is, yeah.
For the African American and Mexican American, it is easy to print the reading and things of that nature off as well, and any of the lessons and things. If they go into Google Classroom, they're accessible through Google Docs and things of that nature as well.
I just want to say thank you so much for including student voice in this. I think that's really important for them to be able to see, like you mentioned, that they did some side-by-side to see which one they would prefer to read. And I think having that student voice as well, if this is what we're going to move forward with for the kids that are behind them, I mean, it speaks a lot to our current students who aren't going to get the benefit of this new textbook or new materials, but that they care enough about the kids coming up behind them that, hey, this looks really good. Regarding the books that Francesca just brought up, talking with my current, college students, I think one of them had to buy 2 books this year, and that's it. The rest of it's online, and so it's the way of the world, and save a tree kind of thing. So I think have the materials available to print if they want to is great, but not investing all of that money in books that just mostly sit around and collect dust. And the fact that the math is updated as early as January of 23 is huge. So go Rice, and thank you so much for doing that for free. That's amazing.
All right. If there are no other questions, then we will.
I have a question. As far as the amount of input from teachers and parents, traditionally, did you get as many as you did before in years past?
So I'll speak to the community feedback part. They can kind of speak to the teacher feedback and how they collected that. As I mentioned, we put it all out there for the community. We received 10 responses to our feedback, our actual feedback form. Again, 350 people reviewed, and we had those open places, but we only had 10 that actually filled out the form to give feedback. They were split about evenly between the social studies courses and the world language, and the world languages, honestly, were more about offering the courses on the campuses and not about the content of the books. The other were more about the content of the books, or at least saying, I reviewed this resource and I learned this about it, were really what they were. So y'all can speak to how you get teacher input. For AP US History, it was just all the teachers that are in the district. There's only 9 of them that teach AP US History, and so they were fully involved. And then for the African American and Mexican American Studies courses, I included the 4 teachers that were working on the curriculum from last summer, and then any other teachers that might have been interested in reviewing the materials were offered that opportunity. I provided a session back in October at the conference, and had a room of about probably 15 or 16 people that were interested in being a part of that, and continued to send emails and information out to them when I had opportunities for feedback loops. And some of them chose to take part, others decided they didn't want to continue. In the end, I probably had about 9 solid teachers that provided feedback on those resources.
I can say I feel like y'all have done such a good job of continually trying to get voices to weigh in. From when I was first on the board in 2015, I remember we were asking, like, how are we getting the feedback? And I think y'all might have tripled feedback, actually, from when it was back in the day. But y'all have done such a tremendous job of pushing out to the committees that we already have and kind of incorporating that voice as well. I see SCR promoting. I see community organizations promoting. I actually see it on different social media sites of saying, hey, y'all need to fill this out. So thank y'all for at least trying. I mean, that's important. If we put it there, then there we go. So thank y'all for doing that.
Yeah, I have another, it's more of a statement actually, because when we had talked before, thank you for including me and Sade when we were together, a meeting with you, some of the board I'd like to consider with the curriculum, the people that put this all together, they don't have the power to implement it as much as I personally would like. If they find out there's a teacher not doing something that they have put together and spent a lot of time on, they have to go to besides the principal, if they're still not getting the answer they want, it's the area superintendent, is that right? Versus I would like to see these people having the power to say, I need to go into this classroom and help this person out. Because they're not doing it the way that we put this together. Because right now, you guys don't have that ability, is that correct?
So I'll jump in there. Thank you for the question. I think what I hear you saying is, so these are curriculum specialists who work in the curriculum department, teaching and learning at the central office, and their task is not necessarily the interaction with our staff directly at the campus level, because we do have principals and lead administrators at each campus, and then those are supervised by area superintendents. So we are careful about how we use essentially chain of command to make sure that folks understand who their supervisors are and who they're responsible to. And that's not in their job description to supervise those folks.
Well, I think we should make it in their job description is my point, because the area superintendent is not the expert. I'd rather have the expert in calculus be teaching me calculus.
Well, so they do a lot of the training and working with our staff to make sure that they have the expertise that they need. I hear you, and we'd be happy to visit with you more offline as well.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to make that statement. I wanted to stick up for you guys because I want you guys to be more empowered. When you put something together, I want you to be able to talk to people directly. And if that means you go to them or they come to you, then all the better.
I'd also like to ask or comment, I appreciate y'all being curriculum specialists. And I don't know if necessarily y'all want to be teacher managers, and so that's something to also consider. But I appreciate all the work that you are doing in developing this curriculum and finding these new opportunities. Go Rice, exactly, right? And I appreciate having all those different varieties in there that you found for our students. I know I love having a printed book in front of me. My kids say, why do you need that? If you're taking Calculus BC, you should have that book, Mom, but I don't need that book. And so thank you for everything you are doing in our curriculum department.
All right, thank you all so much. That'll conclude this agenda item, and we'll move on to our legislative committee update. Before Colby, as he's getting up here, I'll go ahead and say for just a chair update, board members, if y'all haven't seen or heard, you've had very active trustees. Francesca spoke about public education and supporting teachers and students in the classroom. Anna talked about personal experience, special education, very important to her, and standing up for public education as well. You also spoke on mental health at another legislative hearing. Legislative hearings are going sometimes into the wee hours of the morning, and our trustees got a firsthand experience signing up at 8 a.m. and then our I know between 8 and 9, I think you're up in there. And then the hearing time didn't come up until like 10 o'clock that night is when you could speak. So yeah, it was a long day, but thank y'all for doing that. I've been up there with our committee, with other trustees. We're visiting our lawmakers. We're trying to make sure that information's out there about what is Leander ISD doing, what are the Leander ISD priorities, and we're hoping to see more of a move of funding and support for public education. We're seeing some things, but Colby, with that kind of queue up, why don't you tell us what we're actually kind of experiencing right now?
Yeah, sure. And there was a few late nights this week, unfortunately. So as far as the budget goes, appropriations, we have a bill that's been passed out of the House at this point. You can expect the House budget to be on the floor around April 5th. So be ready for that. What we do know, and there's a lot of question marks, but what we do know is in that House budget, there's an additional $5 billion for public education over and above enrollment growth and that sort of thing. Now, keep that in perspective. Safety is not included in that. So there's obviously going to be some additional monies provided for school safety. I do want to mention we also have the supplemental budget, which most of you know when we come back from, or when we come into session, we have to also pass a supplemental budget for the previous biennium, which is what we're doing. And this supplemental was passed out of the House committee today. It will be going to the floor the same night, probably April 5th. As the General Appropriations Act. That supplemental budget showed about an $8 billion excess amount of foundation school program monies. And, you know, as an advocate for public schools, would have liked to have seen that money distributed to public schools, but it is not going to public schools. It's going to several different things. There is some money going to school safety on top of the $600 million that they're already doing, another billion. But again, the local property tax dollars, and that money is from value growth. That money is money that's coming from local taxpayers that's being spent on other things. So that's obviously an issue. Instructional materials and technology allotment. This is another interesting shell game sort of situation that's happening at the legislature right now. As one of the previous folks said, we are being returned to quote unquote historic levels. But I think that term's important to keep in context. What we started out with last session was $1.049 billion. What we are starting out with this session is $1.049 billion, but that's not how the instructional materials and technology allotment works. That money is actually distributed from the SBOE and now the PSF Corporation, and 50% of that money goes to IMA, or IMTA, excuse me, and the other 50% goes to per capita funding. The thing is that is always subject to appropriations. So if you were to look at this as a math problem, what the 50% from the SBOE distribution should have been for this biennium is $1.5 billion. It actually is a delta of about $506 million altogether. Last session, the delta was about $1.3 billion. So that's money that should have gone directly to classrooms that was moved to somewhere else. And it's happening again this session. It will continue to happen if folks don't start to speak up. So a lot of concerns there. Again, we're in a time of a $30 billion surplus, and they're taking money that goes directly to classrooms and textbooks. And so that's obviously a big issue. And one of the things that's going to pay for is House Bill 1605, which some of you may be aware of. Some people are calling it the state curriculum bill. It essentially empowers the commissioner to utilize his agency to create some open education resources. There's some intellectual property stuff going on there, but nonetheless, he has the ability to do it, and creates an incentive program for districts to utilize the curriculum that comes out of the agency. And just to kind of give you an idea of the money the agency is spending on this, or how much this will be expending, this will add 58 new FTEs, full-time equivalents, to the agency. And again, it's the overall fiscal note is somewhere north of 850 million, or I think, maybe 860. And again, 506 of that is coming from the district's IMA. So that's something we've been working on. I will also mention that it does change some contractual things for teacher contracts, which I think can be problematic in the future. And so we're obviously taking a close look at that. I do want to talk a little bit next week on Monday. You might want to tune in to the Youth Health and Safety Committee in the House. They're going to be hearing all of the safety bills. So that's something you might want to pay attention to. So the big ones are obviously House Bill 3 by Dustin Burrows. Some of you may know Chairman Burrows wrote the report on Uvalde, so he has some obvious thoughts there. You know, there's a few things. I think he's done a good job overall, but there's some things that we're obviously concerned about on the funding landscape and what it looks like for places like Leander. One of the provisions that he has in the bill is, you know, every campus would have to have an armed guard. What is the cost for that? You know, how do we ensure that we would be able to meet that? So we'll be providing some feedback more than likely on that. House Bill 13 by Ken King. And I do want to mention, I would say that this board, as well as many across the state, would prefer the funding mechanism in Chairman King's bill over Chairman Burrows. One of the things that Chairman King does is he moves the safety allotment to $100 per student, which I think is more in line. Chairman Burrows is much less than that. And the other thing that he does is he has a bill that would create a new fund with those excess FSP dollars to continually fund school safety projects going into the future. So I think that's really important. And number 3, he is eliminating in the statute sort of that laundry list of items that you can use the school safety allotment on, you know, to help create maximum flexibility for districts when they receive these funds. So all that being said, that's House Bill 13. In the Senate, we have Senate Bill 11 by Robert Nichols, who chaired that committee in the interim. It's very similar to a lot of the things you're going to hear in House Bill 3, so just keep that in mind. House Bill 4050 by Greg Bonin. And this is more on the Pete Poppy scale, something he needs to look out for, as well as the rest of our finance staff. There's a couple of these bills floating around, and there's even a provision in Dustin Burrows' House Bill 3 about using proceeds from bonds on safety first, or accomplishing the minimum standards for safety with bonds first. So I think that brings up a couple of questions about exactly how that will work, how that will be implemented. And again, most of you know, we have a proposed set of minimum standard safety rules that were proposed right before session, but those have not been completed yet. So we don't even know what those rules are going to look like. So that kind of brings up some questions in itself. So property tax, and I'm probably going to call on, actually, let me do this first. Teachers and funding. There are some bills that move us completely from an ADA standard to an enrollment standard. Those bills are thus far not gaining a lot of traction. There are some bills that have a more hybrid approach that take some of the allotments and turn those into enrollment base rather than the entire system. There are some that make changes to the minimum salary schedule, which in Leander doesn't have as big of an impact as it does in rural Texas. One of the bills that I think you're gonna hear at some point changes that basic allotment increase. It does increase the basic allotment. I think the number that I saw was 6210 in this bill. But, and as Pete and I talked today, the current statutory framework says 30% of that increase has to be spent on teacher salaries, right? This bill would change that to 50%. And I think we all know what happened last time is that, you know, as different districts get different amounts, it causes the districts around them to try to keep up, right? If someone got more. And so then a lot of districts ended up spending a lot more than they actually received on the increase, just trying to keep up with the workforce issue. So that's I combine teachers and funding because a lot of those bills have the same things in all of them. So, but let's talk a little bit about property tax and then bonds. House Bill 2, that is, so the House's answer is appraisal caps. The Senate's answer is homestead exemption. And then we're still waiting to hear exactly what the governor is going to say. Yes, I like this plan. So far, he has not said anything on those two. Obviously, property tax relief is what they're wanting. So I'll let Pete kind of tell y'all a little bit about the impact that could have on y'all regarding the appraisal caps, House Bill 2, and then Senate Bill 3, the homestead exemption going from 40,000 to 70,000.
Which, by the way, the property taxes, that's a good thing to get.
Absolutely.
That. We love that, but
yeah.
We just also want to know for the back end, how does that impact?
School finance formula is so complicated, any little
there is this
change.
Relationship between the two.
Absolutely.
That's what the state gave us. So Pete.
Thank you, Madam President, Dr. Gehring, members of the board. We'll start with kind of with House Bill 2, and I'll just kind of give just a recap, as Colby had mentioned. They go about it from different ways. The Senate and the House are coming at it from different angles. House Bill 2 from Representative Meyer. This year, under the current formulas, school districts' M&O rates are expected to decrease 7.75 cents. What they are doing in this bill, if adopted, it would add additional 15 cents to that reduction. So it would be 22.5 cents approximately. If you recall, our M&O rate is 0.9446. That is the tier 1 being 0.8046, the 8 gold pennies and the 6 copper pennies. And I have not taken into account the 6 copper pennies being compressed a little bit. That should probably be 5.9, but just to be, you know that I am aware of it. So it's looking at if the House bill, if this route goes through, that our M&O tax rate would decrease. That would be held harmless, if you want to call it that. Really just be state funding, which really for us would just be less local tax dollars we send back to the state. But it would be monies that we would get to keep in our district and here at Leander ISD, but it wouldn't be additional funding. But it does cap values, as Kobe says. Currently, in the current law, you are capped at 10% of any property that is homesteaded. This bill would actually take the 10%, reduce it to 5%, but then it would expand it to be all property, not just property that has a homestead exemption on it, but business property, all kinds of property, commercial, industrial, et cetera. So it would greatly expand that cap. So then it would slow property value growth or minimize that more than just on the homestead side, because it would affect all properties. Currently, Blake Roberts, our PFM, our financial advisor, is running an analysis for us just to see how this would affect us. But if you look at on the debt side, we have, I believe, 10% growth this year. If these bills were to pass, they don't really become effective until we pass the 24-25 year. So that year, I think we have 8% built in, and then it goes to 5. That would be that year we would have 5 1 year earlier. A 3% differential, not including any new construction, any new add-on coming on. Plus, we have a very, very, very healthy fund balance on the debt service side. So we do not anticipate any changes to any of the information that we've given you on our debt rate for current and/or if the bond passes in May. We still anticipate that being 33 cents and with no changes on that end. If you go back to the other side of the coin, you go to Senate Bill 2. This is the Senate side, and this is the House bill does not affect the homestead exemption amount, but the Senate bill is tackling it this way, and they're increasing it by 75% from 30,000 to 70,000. Again, if this were to occur, historically, the state has always come in and held districts harmless, obviously on the M&O side and on the debt service side, and that's on both bills. So looking at it from a district's perspective, both are going to affect. It's going to end up probably being a hybrid between the two. I mean, I could be wrong, but I would think it's going to be some combination between M&O property tax buy down as well as homestead and some kind of a cap on growth, whether it's just homesteaded properties or all properties. But overall, we stay on top of it, but we do not anticipate changing anything, at least on our debt service side. The basic allotment, as Colby mentioned, it went from, they're talking a $50 increase. At this stage of the game, we'll try not to spend it all in one place.
But the numbers were $900 to $1,000 is what would need to match inflation, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So just recall, it's $5 million for every $100 increase, so that would be $2.5 million for us. I think we would be able to meet that 30% or 50% if they change it to with a 1% raise. At $3.1 million would cover all that. So we have two bills on the budget, and we're hoping to go higher, but just the sarcasm of it. I do honestly expect the basic allotment. At this point, it's political posturing. It's you don't want to put something out and then if you're the House and then have the Senate come up and you have to change it, and then it looks like the Senate outwitted you. So they're both going to start low, and it will be increased. But I'm not expecting 900 or 1,000. I mean, if two would be thrilling. I would probably be in the 150 to 250 range, and anything above that, I would be blown away. But either way, there will be some additional funds. It's just a matter of both the House and Senate have basically chosen to take approximately half of the historic most money they've ever had, and rightfully so to an extent, buy down some property tax. I wish they would have focused a little more on the investing in public education, and it still could come to play. I'm not going to give up hope, but I'm not going to bet the farm.
Yeah, I think Pete is exactly right. It's negotiation. So, who knows exactly where we end up at the end of the session, but the House has made their play and the Senate's made their play, and we'll see. We're just happy we're getting property tax relief. But obviously, there's a lot of factors to consider when they're spending money. There's the cap that they have, and breaking the cap is a pretty high standard. So we'll see exactly what they decide to do. I think it was a good move by the House to go ahead and set aside the $5 billion to hopefully build us some extra cushion there. But obviously, we would like to see some additional investment as we go forward. A few things. You all hadn't had much of an opportunity to engage yet as a board. I recognize that at the legislative level, but there are going to be some things coming up, and obviously we have our first calendar in the House on Monday. So I don't know if y'all have been paying attention, that we haven't even started hearing bills on the floor in the House. So that's starting on Monday. So things are about to really get rolling, but a few bills I wanted you to be aware of, and if they get a hearing, I think, obviously I would like for you all to consider engaging. The first one is one that we've talked about several times, or at least the concept of, and that is making the ballot language a little clearer, where it says this is a tax increase. Brandon Creighton, the Senate Ed Chair, actually has a bill, Senate Bill 2117, that changes that to say this, I can't remember the exact phrasing, but this is additional debt, right? Which is true. It's 100% true, and it's a lot more clear, than this is a tax increase, which may or may not be true in the different cases of the districts. House Bill 4406, I mentioned this is actually up on Monday. This is the one that creates a separate fund for school safety going forward anytime there's excess FSP dollars. And so it's capped at $250 million a year, but it is year over year. So, that's an extra $500 million we would come into the session just for safety, to potentially, add some different mechanisms. House Bill 1416. Now, this one's left committee, but obviously it's going to go over to the Senate. This was difficult for me to put on the support list, I got to be honest, because it doesn't go as far as I would like, but 1416 is the 45-45 fix. I think it's a really good step in the right direction, and they made even more changes in the committee substitute. So I would say that as that moves through the process, we need to really consider supporting that and stepping up. And again, Representative Bell, who we worked with last session on the virtual bill, and again has the virtual bill this session, is a really good advocate for public ed. So I think it's worthwhile us working on that. I would have the district consider, and we'll talk more about this, Bruce, probably this weekend and early on Monday, but we probably should put in some written testimony on the safety bills. What this looks like for LISD in terms of cost, what it looks like in terms of infrastructure, and anything that we think that could help improve the bills to make our kids more safe. I think that would be worthwhile testimony if we can get that together. And then obviously the funding bills, how that impacts LISD moving forward. I do think you're going to see in one of the major funding bills the fast growth allotment cap lifted, I think, which would be very helpful. And that is going to take a lot of push from districts like Leander to make sure it gets through. So we'll be working on that. Now on the against side, this list could get very long this session. But here's what I'll say. In regards to your priorities, there's a lot of bond bills out there about November only, the additional language type things, the 2/3 supermajority is out there. I think all of those are things that we need to consider. There's a bill called Senate Bill 392, and I think it has a House companion. I don't have it listed here, but that would cap legal fees for school districts in certain instances, which I'll defer to Sean, but I think has constitutional issues in and of itself. But essentially, you would have to settle pretty much literally every case, especially dealing with special ed, for $10,000. So I think that's obviously a problem and something that could easily be exploited and abused. So we want to make sure that that's something that gets taken care of. So. And then as we move through the process, we'll see what bills are moving. It's always a surprise as we get in. You think a bill that you never thought would ever move starts moving, both good and bad, mostly bad, but both good and bad. So we'll continue to keep you all up to date. And if there's anything you need in terms of materials from me, keeping you up to date, I know stuff is going out in the Friday memo, but if there's something more specific you need, that's why we're here.
Thank you so much, Colby. Board members, the legislative committee meets every other week and as needed as well. So we've done some impromptu calls already for things as they're moving. If you have any issues, though, you can reach out to Colby or reach out to Cindy and get a message to legislative committee, and we'll work on items. For the bond discussion that you talked about with legislation, I think it's important if we're going to end up weighing in and it comes to that point that we also have information, because if I remember correctly, one of the things we talked about was the prices on items would go up. And
yeah, if you go to November only, yeah, absolutely.
Because everybody then that changes everybody's buy dates and there it would be astronomical. From
right.
what I remember, and we didn't even have inflation then when we used to talk about it like we do now.
Right, and that just on construction and that aspect, but then also on the bond market. I mean, I don't know, it's been a while since I've worked on your bond stuff, but if you're doing competitive, and everyone's doing competitive bids at the same time, that obviously has a massive impact on the bond market.
Wow.
So there's a lot of reasons not to do that.
Okay. But yeah, that would be good if we're going to do it, to get the idea of the cost of what that actually means to our taxpayers, bottom line.
Yeah, just one thing on piggyback, when you do talk to your, if you do engage and talk to your representatives for LISD per se, is really emphasize increasing the minimum salary scale does not do anything for the teachers of Leander Independent School District, nor pretty much any teacher who is in a metropolitan area. It's like saying we pay $15 an hour, legislature increases the minimum wage from $7.25 to $10. Well, okay, we're still paying 15. That didn't help us any. The money's really need to focus on going through the basic allotment. That gives the districts the most flexibility. And at current law, or even if it is 50%, the majority of that will go to salaries for all of our staff members, particularly teachers. And then the IMA or the IMTA or whatever it's called this week. Yeah. That is something that needs to be emphasized as well. So nothing you haven't heard, but just wanted to reiterate that point.
No, those are all really good points, especially for teacher pay. I know we just had the Teacher Bill of Rights that came out last night and watched that layout of that bill. I think there's some good things in there, but overwhelmingly we heard teachers say we wanted to see not only benefits, but at least $10,000. And lawmakers came out with a full stop of they don't see that happening. So I think there is a lot of work to do as far as the support we see for our teachers. So, and I love the idea of hearing that at least 1416 has come a long way, because that is one thing we heard from teachers is 4545 was a lot on them, on the workload.
Absolutely.
To your point on, you asked about 1605, I did go look it up. 843 is the current fiscal note on it. And among other things, it will eliminate state proclamations and the instructional material adoption cycle. It's replacing it with something a little different. It combines the SBOE's alignment review process and a TEA quality review process, and it replaces the State Board of Education's adoptive process with TEA's recommended review. So anyhow, there's just, you'll notice TEA comes up a lot. There's this shift going on.
You're taking power from a democratically elected board and giving it to effectively one person is another massive issue. So.
There are some things to still noodle.
I was just going to say it feels like a huge money grab to me, because I think it's a single vendor as well. So that doesn't look real good. I think the other part of that one for me is, they talk about local control. Well, that's like the definition of anti-local control.
And I do want to say, I did hear Representative Howard actually ask the questions on instructional material and ask about that 50%. So you are getting through, Colby. Keep going. Thank you. I'm seeing the work. Board members, any other questions?
I mean, I was looking at their voucher bill, how would it affect how we plan in public schools?
Say that last
The voucher bill, how would it affect planning in public schools?
I think it would have a huge impact on planning. I mean, less notice than you get when a charter school comes in, right? And so less ability to plan for loss of students in those situations. I think it has a massive impact on the workforce. If you notice, TRS had sort of dodged that question about the impact it would have on the retirement system. But I think it definitely would have an impact on the retirement system, which overall would have an impact on the workforce by a lot. And then, I don't know if y'all saw the fiscal note on that bill, but it was actually extremely large. And part of that, is obviously the $8,000 per student. The other part is the $10,000 that they're going to give for 2 years, to districts with less than 20,000, which there's only 67 districts that don't meet that. So pretty much everybody else. So in that bill also, I'll add, didn't apply to homeschool or current private school children. So the fiscal note would be even larger if they were to include them. So it's a massive expenditure for the state, and obviously would have a massive, consequence for the districts when the state does get into an economic crunch. There's no taking that genie out of the bottle. So.
Well, and how is it even sustainable? That's what I couldn't figure out. It's like, do the math. it's completely not sustainable at all.
That was something that they had talked about last night in testimony multiple times, was people concerned with once you reach the end of that 2-year period, that they're giving money to the less than 20,000 school district. The program's going to keep growing. So the expenditures that they're talking about now are not going to stay that number. And the impact to public schools will keep growing every year as the ESA program gets bigger and bigger.
I think, listening to that testimony, and you even had, some students there that were talking about the private school they go to. I looked up one of the private schools, and his K through 12 private school was like $46,000 a year. And so I thought, you talk about these vouchers, and it's a coupon for really wealthy people, and it's not helping. I don't even know what the private schools in our district cost. Your kids go to private school, don't they? That wouldn't be able to cover. When I looked at the private schools in this area, it didn't look like that would really cover anything in this area either.
I think one of the things I saw in the bill that came up was that fiscal notes, or when I was looking at the, kind of their method and structure, they're talking about prioritization. And so they're talking about funding the lower income students who need that, or they're talking about funding or giving this to students maybe in school district areas that their schools aren't doing as well. So that would be, good in theory then for Leander ISD. We know our schools are doing great, but it's just as you start looking into all the mechanics, though, all these different pieces, it still impacts your workforce, it impacts morale, it keeps having these ripple effects. And so I think that's just something we'll keep on the radar. Dr. Gehring, did you want to say anything before we left the subject? Anybody else?
I have something to say. Why do you think they're even talking about these bills?
Which ones? The
savings account bills for the students.
This is something that's been going around the country for a while. And obviously, some states have a lot more experience than others, but it seems to be a more hot topic recently. Florida, Arizona, those types of states with their programs. So I think Texas, and it's obviously in the Republican Party platform. So I think Texas is looking at it and just saying, these other states are doing it. This is something we would like to try.
Do you think there's a possibility they could be successful?
There's always the possibility. The one thing I know about the legislature is I never know exactly what they're going to do. So. I do think it is the strongest debate that I've seen since I started lobbying, and even probably since I was even a staffer. I think this has been one of the most heated debates that I've seen.
I had the pleasure a few days back to stand with the governor in the rain when he was talking about empowering the parents, and some of the things he talked about, that somehow this would eliminate Texas football and stuff like that. Ridiculous debates partly, but I think it's something to pause. What kind of product is the public schools putting out there? I think there's not a conversation if the product is at or above expectations.
Well, don't they also compare this to like the Louisiana school system? And frankly, if we look at data, I'm not striving for Leander ISD and Texas schools to be putting out those same scores as Louisiana. And also, though, I think what's even more important is creating a curriculum that meets your community, creating curriculum that meets your students. And just like what we saw at the beginning of this meeting, looking at a school and having a curriculum team that creates something that meets the needs of those students. That's the most powerful thing about our public school system, is being able to do that. And I'm sorry, I saw that your button was on right before I did that. So
You're okay. I think also, just to hit on that, the big part I feel like is missing, and I feel like they're targeting, are parents with disabilities. I've been that parent who pulled their kid out of public school and went to private school, and I'm going to tell you right now, there is absolutely no parent voice when it comes to making decisions for your child's education. Because guess what? Private schools do not have to follow IDEA. But our public schools, we have to take in those students. You know, there's students who do go to private school right now in this district, or every district in Texas, let's just put it that way, who go to private school, and their private school does not provide special education services, but guess who they come to? Us, because we have an obligation, and we have to service those students. And I think that this, what makes me so mad in this conversation, is they're essentially setting this up to segregate our children with disabilities. That's all I heard last night was, I have this private school, and we have all these children with disabilities and students with low income. Like, that to me is the way we get to segregating our students. And this district has worked so darn hard to make sure that those students have a seat at the table, that those students are included in a learning environment that is accessible to all. And I think what they're doing, honestly, is they're preying on parents because they set up a system, and I'm going to do it, from the Texas cap that they imposed in 2011, and our special education allotment hasn't been updated in over 30 years. And so right now, they're preying on parents who are frustrated with the system they set up and are trying to sell them this beautiful golden story. But let me tell you right now, I know for a fact there's no private schools in this area who will service students, even a student like mine who's high function, and I hate to use that word because I know we're phasing out of that, who will service my student for under $30,000. That $8,000 ain't gonna get me nowhere. And then on top of that, they're not going to provide speech services, OT, social skills, transportation, but not only that, I think the key thing missing into this, and what I love about our public school and what I love about this district, is that we have administrators, we have board members, we have parents right now who are doing everything they can to make the special education department in this district the best. And a good example is our special education parent advisory group. That group has gone through and reworked our ARD book, have had a seat at the table. They've done this amazing job. And I think that's what's frustrating me in all this, is that it can be done. Parents can have a seat at the table, especially when it comes to disabilities. And we're a great example. And I feel like our legislator right now is just, they don't realize, I feel like, the power we do here. And so I'm just gonna leave it at that.
The other thing that is also missing from voucher bill, which they wouldn't add, is accountability for whoever receives those vouchers, because public funds go through extreme scrutiny, extreme accountability. People talk about a school's rating. Oh, I don't like the school's rating, so I sent my kid to this private school. I'm like, so what is the private school's rating? It doesn't have one, because it's not subject to the same thing. So we're not comparing the same thing.
These are all great things to talk about and to have more discussions. I can point you to the Senate education hearing from last night for 12 hours if y'all want to go watch. There's a lot of discussion on both sides. Fiscal note, go read, more good stuff to follow. Anything else? Okay, lots of good information out there. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank y'all so much. We're going to go ahead and close this agenda item now. I've realized, as I've been watching my audience, and I've wanted to jump in and I couldn't because we're on that agenda item, and tell y'all, we have guests that are signed up that are coming in to speak on certain agenda topics. So I want to be careful, because it looks like we also have community members who are anxiously waiting for us to get to our 10-year long-range plan review, as well as hazardous zoning. We have 2 items that need to come before it because of guests in our audience, but we're going to, board member, we know we have people waiting, so let's make sure we move expeditiously. Our next item will be, we have 2 items then before we get to long range. The next one will be update on transportation services, 8C2. And following that will be hazardous routes, and then following that, we're going to take a break and come right back for long range plan. I know. We just got a lot of discussion. We love y'all's energy. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm telling you, everybody, I bet you I could not go to one person in this room and not find out that it has not been a crazy week. I think everybody feels like their hair is on fire right now. It's been wild. All right, y'all are ready to get started when y'all ready. Well, press the button.
All right. Good evening. I want to say good evening and thank you for having us. Dr. Gearing, Madam President, members of the board, cabinet, friends, teachers, other drivers. We've got some drivers here, everyone within protocol, and even those I don't know to call. We are glad you're here because we've got some exciting things to share with you. We've got some gains, we've got some updates. So if we can go to the next slide.
You got the clicker.
Oh, I've got the clicker. Excellent. All right, so some of the topics that we're going to talk about this evening are the State of the Department 2023. Of course, we're excited about Smart Tag and all the things that it comes with. Some of the advances from the Bell schedule and the district special programs support. Mr. Wilson.
All right, greetings everybody, greetings board, Madam President, Superintendent. We got a quick update for you on some things that we've been working on. One big thing that we want to show you guys is that currently we're sitting at about 150 bus routes. And last time we met, when we started school, we was at a 165. That's really an amazing feat. We're in a growing district, and yet even with students coming in, we've been able to optimize our routes, become more efficient, and even with the growth, we've been able to reduce some of our routes. And some of that is also attributed to the Bell schedule, which I believe Brandon will be talking about here in a second. Currently, we still do have a driver shortage. We're sitting at about 21 open routes, and we see how that's broken down. We have 2 transportation terminals, so it's almost split 50-50, 10 at North, 11 at Central. And we are lucky to always have some new drivers in our hiring training pipeline. One thing that we always talk about, at least when it's related to our driver shortage, we really are able to manage the day-to-day often, but absenteeism continues to be a big issue. And we put this a little bit different this time, that just to show that within 2 months, just from after we came back from Christmas break, we've had 471 absences within that time frame. So just wanted to highlight that. We're continuing with our weekly route review and resolution, as we mentioned previously, as this really been a success, really allowed us to come together and collaborate. So it's something that we, like I said, started last year, and as we came into January, we said we definitely have to continue to have this, and it really has helped us pivot into a lot of areas, because even recently in our last one, I just want to mention, we got into a long conversation about our Leo campus, because we have been talking with Jeff over there and realized we needed to provide them some more support, but all that conversation and some new initiatives, some strategies that we're doing now came directly out of those weekly meetings that we're having. And I think everybody heard and didn't know what it was, but we did a big blast. We had our first annual bus rodeo on March 4th. I want to give a shout out to Robert Bella and Ken and just the team did a fantastic putting that together, advertising, having vendors coming out. And it's just us continue to try to find creative ways to encourage our staff to participate, help with retention, and also recruitment. And those winners from that will now be going on to the district level, to the regional level, and can go state and can also go all the way up to national. The bus rodeo, even though it's our first annual, it actually can go travel out of state for that. So as they begin to understand that, hey, I get to go and I can get this paid for by the district, man, I might participate in this, but it just encouraged them and with their driving skills. And one thing we incorporated in that, we took one of our brand new propane buses out there, and we will encourage people to test drive buses if they ever thought about being a bus driver but thought they were too scared to drive the bus. And you can see we almost had 30 folks come in and do some small test drives for that. But it was another, just a creative idea. We have to continue to come up with creative ways just to recruit people and try to encourage them to be part of our district. So that was really a big success.
Oh, all right, sorry about that. Next slide is about the
is Smart Tag, and that's a little screenshot of the Smart Tag window that we get to look at every morning. The different colors indicate the times that the buses are, if they're late on time, ahead of time, and it gives us a real-time view of what's going on out there. You can see our district is huge. That's Lake Travis down there on the bottom, and all the way up to Liberty Hill up north, and we can just look and see, okay, those blue buses, they're running ahead of schedule, and those red ones are behind. And that's where we can, when we get the phone calls, we can automatically see that that bus is late. So the next slide is where you can see in real time as well where the stop actually happened and when it's designated to happen. So we can see that it's 4 minutes behind at that one stop, but they might gain a couple minutes for the next one, and so on and so forth. And it gives a really good shot for us to answer questions when people call in, and the parents have a view as far as what they are looking at for their child and when their bus is arriving for their stop. So,
and if I can just add, so
yeah.
if we have a parent or anybody saying that the bus is running 20 minutes late every day, this is how we know that it's not. This is how we're able to verify that information. We always are aware whether or not the buses are running late, and really what does late mean. So on that previous slide, that's one thing you saw, 5 to 9 minutes. Yeah, it may be running late, but it's only 5 to 9 minutes. And if we get to a particular stop, traffic clears up the C's part for us on 620. We can make up. We can always make up time. So I just wanted to share that when we send out notifications, some of us, we scan a lot of stuff now. So when we are having buses late, because if we don't notify, we get slammed for no notification. Then if we notify, we get criticized for our notification. But often the notifications that are going out that you guys may see in some emails or some feedback from parents, it says your route may run up to 20 minutes late. So for example, I had to speak with one parent and explain that. And she said it's running 20. I said, no, it's still getting to school on time. She said, and her thought was just, no, if it's 20 minutes, I can do math. So 20 minutes means we'll run 20 minutes late. No, that doesn't mean that, because when we put out those notifications, some parents would take their kids would just go on and take them to school. Or like I said, the bus can make up time depending on traffic and other factors. But we tried to give them a window. And even like I shared with her, I said, if you're the first stop versus the middle stop versus the last stop, how late that bus is running is going to vary. So that's just some more insight about why we have this particular screen up here. And instead of just saying we're running 85 to 90% on time, this is kind of where we pull that data, and at any given time have some idea kind of where the buses are at and what's going on with them.
We're able to pull historical data as well. If they say it's continuously late, we can pull that data down and say, no, that bus has been there on time every day, or, oh, it was late this day. So it gives us, is it perfect yet? No, but we're working on it, and every day we find out something new and say, oh, look at this. We can figure out if we get a phone call, this bus was speeding through my neighborhood. I can circle that neighborhood up, run a speed check. No, ma'am, that bus was going 25 miles an hour through your neighborhood and you have a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. So it's giving us a lot of historical and great information to provide feedback to our district.
So just real quick, this has been huge for us to be able to use with the Triple R and the route review. Kathy and her team, and I failed to mention who all sitting up here, and Kathy has not presented with us before, but we have Kathy Cuff, our lead router. Of course, Myron Wilson, our director, and then we have our two wonderful assistant directors, Ken and Christy. So wanted to make sure y'all knew who they were, because sometimes they're just the person behind the email or the phone calls and things like that. But Smart Tag has been great for us to be able to paint the picture of what's really going on, and stuff that we haven't necessarily had real-time access with in years past. And so when we're talking about ways to alert our parents in our community, it has been great for those things. We still have some things we've got to work out. The messaging is still very difficult, as Myron was alluding to. Yeah, we can send out a mass message, but we may be ahead or make adjustments or make time up. But when we're looking at these individual real-time routes, we're able to make adjustments also within our routing team and also our dispatch to make up some of those things. That bottom corner right there at 2222 and 620, if we could figure out how to fix that and get those timings right with the lights and everything else, life would be better. We know that that's a hot spot, and it comes up every single week that we're in the RRR meetings. And we know that those are concerns that we're going to continue to address and look for ways to fix. But what this team has done, and Myron didn't spend a whole bunch of time on it, but that top bullet point, we started with 185 routes 3 years ago. It has been condensed to 165 in August, and now it is 150. We are still 21 bus drivers short to hit that 150 mark, but if we were still filling at 185 routes, you know what that number would look like. And so what this team has done to condense that, to make it as manageable as possible within the current environment is huge, but we still have things we've got to work on. So I just wanted to reiterate some of those points. We're going to talk a little bit about that when we talk about the benefits that we've seen with changing the bell schedule and being able just to be able to do what they are able to do, even though it's still not perfect and we still got to fix things. Okay? So I've got bell schedule too. So great segue. So reducing routes by 17%, and we're talking about that driver shortage and kind of alluded to all those things. So we have 97 routes that are on the triple tier. That means they go to all 3 different levels. That's 65% of that. 45 are on the double tier, meaning that they hit 2, and then we have 8 that are single tier. So those are special circumstances. Kathy can probably tell you what those are individually, but those are ones that we cannot put on completely all 3 different levels. That helps to paint that picture of what we're able to do within those individual routes and those individual drivers. We have an enormous amount of drivers that are getting more hours than their 6.5, which they're billeted for. We have most of our average right now is 8.5 to 9 a day. Some of our drivers are driving 12 to 13 because they're doing a bunch of middays. We have been working on, and we will be bringing to cabinet some information on individual programs and the amount of students that we're transporting throughout, not just AM and PM, but throughout the day. So we talk about field trips. Over 6,000 field trips have happened, but we also talk, and we're gonna get into some more of those numbers here in a minute, so I'll try not to spoil that in the next slide. But the amount of time that drivers are doing, I don't know Kathy, how many hours of overtime you got right now?
I really don't want to tell you. I have 188 hours of comp time right now.
Yeah, and so.
And that's only since January. I was paid out in December.
And that's since December. And so really our amount of time that our drivers and this team's putting in is substantial. They're doing more with less. We're supporting more programs than we have done, and we're doing it with fewer and fewer drivers. So once again, not wanting to paint you a terrible picture, but I want you to see what the full picture of what they deal with every single day. Christy was talking about how she gets up at 4 to start her day to show up at work at what time?
5:30.
5:30. How many, and with that absenteeism and your dispatch, how many routes are you having to reassign daily?
Probably anywhere from 5 to 10,
And
including everybody's driving. I drove this morning.
And that's just at Central. Ken, how many did you have this morning? Same. So we're seeing similar things because life happens. People have things that come up. Our drivers are dedicated to be there every single day, but kid's going to get sick. Something's going to happen. There's going to be call outs. There's going to be things that happen. So just keep all those things in mind. We also reduced the budget by roughly $1 million last year when we changed the bell schedule. With that, we've seen fuel costs go up. We've talked about inflation of parts. Tires are now double. The accidents that we've had, a bus that used to cost $120,000 is now $167,000. Things we're doing to be creative. We're looking at grants, propane buses, propane grants that we can get for using alternative fuels is coming back in. Because we've had a few accidents along the way and things that happen because we have so many buses out on the road, and we drive 15,000 miles a day throughout the district. So it's a lot. when you think about those things. But all those things impact what we're doing and how we do and live every single day.
So piggybacking off what Brandon said, for our special programs, we do the SPED, the pre-K 3, 4, and the IB program, Gifted and Talented. So we're taking all these kids from their home campuses and we're taking them to the campuses that offer these services. So right now, currently, we have 1,500 students that are in these programs, and we transport, annually, it's 447,000 miles annually. For our out-of-district, we work with our McKinney-Vento Texas School for the Texas School for the Blind and Visually Impaired, and Texas School for the Deaf. Right now, currently, we provide transportation to 103 McKinney-Vento students. That includes both out-of-district and in-district. We've partnered with Hop, Skip, Drive to transport 23 of them students. We currently transport 55 of the students. 23 of the students have completed the program, and currently we have 2 that are pending transportation. We also, in addition to all that, like Brandon said, we also do about 6,000 field trips per year, which is also utilized by our drivers. So not only do we do through school, the regular school, we have all this that fills in our middle of the day, evenings, and including weekends.
I'm sure there might be. Board members, any questions?
I have a question. It's on slide 7, the district special program support.
Yes.
We offer transportation for GT?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
And is that for every student in the district who qualifies for GT?
It's usually where a student is going to one campus from another because they're going from middle school to high school to take a high school course, and then we take them back to their campus.
Okay, so it's not just general GT students. That's okay, because I was like, I get it. So it's high school only for students.
We have some Steiner Ranch going to Canyon Ridge as well.
Okay, so it's middle school and high school for students who are, I know the course you're taking about, but just because I saw that and I'm like, oh, so this is for all GT students.
No,
so that's, yeah, can you clarify that?
Yeah, it's going from
tennis zone?
Outside, well, no, it's not outside of the tennis zone. They're going from Steiner Ranch to Canyon Ridge. Or from Canyon Ridge to Vandy.
We got to help cover.
Advanced math courses.
Yeah, it's advanced math courses.
Thank you.
And Krista, yeah, I have a question. And this is offered for, I just want clarification. It's offered across the district. So if these students, it's another way to get access to this program.
It's a way to get them access to the advanced math courses. So what we're seeing more and more is a lot of our middle schools are offering 0-hour courses for students who might need to take geometry and things of that sort. So they're remedying the problem on their campus. But when we have students who qualify for advanced math courses in elementary that require them to go to the middle school, then we're providing transportation so that they can access the math that they need. And so that's where you're going to see a lot of the elementary students traveling to the middle school to get the math courses that they need. So that's part of what we've been working on through our, because of this, that's part of what we're seeing in our math pathways.
Thank you for clarification.
I would like to oh no, Shadi, go ahead.
Yeah, this was really nice to see because it's the smart tag was just rolled out, the bell schedule was changed, so being able to see the impact it's having. One of the things, they're just, let's see, so you did mention not the absenteeism, but when it comes to hiring bus drivers, yes. So where you need to get new bus drivers, what would you say can help with that process?
It's, for us, really, it's about retention, and Ken's been through part of that training program. What we're seeing right now is the market is so highly competitive. I'll use a shop mechanic that just left us. Shop mechanic was one that had been our main transmission guy, has an invaluable amount of skills, but he was just offered double his salary of what we can offer. And the hours being a little different. Mechanics are currently driving also. I mean, when I tell you everyone is driving in transportation, I think there's 1 to 2 people left in each of the locations that is helping man it and to coordinate things as calls and radio calls are coming in. Everyone else is driving some form or fashion. I rode with Kathy out to Cow Creek, if you know where Cow Creek is. It's actually in Burnett County.
What?
And where we were picking up some students, Marble Falls area, to pick up some students and drop them off one day too. And so when we talk about where's the missing piece, we've hired lots of folks, but life happens also. And as we're talking about retention is what I know Myron and the team have been really focusing in on, and what we're trying to dive into now to be able to retain our drivers once we get them in and get them trained.
Thank you.
If I can speak to that just a little bit as well. You know, and I have to say this, and this kind of, this is repeated from last time that we were before you. With being short on drivers and the drivers that show up every single day, I have to give props and just a shout out to the drivers that literally are carrying a big load. Just like Brandon was saying, just like Myron was saying, you know, our dispatchers, guys, they're incredible. And every day when somebody's calling out sick or somebody's child is sick, allergies, I mean, I was down all spring break. I thought I went back to COVID, and it was just allergies. And had the test when they went up your nose, and I thought my brain was coming out. And it was just, I know it, and it was just allergies. But you'd be surprised how many people have called out, and that really messes us up. And our dispatchers will take, 90 positions and make sure that every route is covered. And they're always pulling that rabbit out of the hat, so to speak, every single day to make sure that every route, and it's a puzzle. It's a puzzle. I mean, to look at our boards and see how they'll take a geographical area and take the buses in that area. If you can just imagine with me, we've got 12 buses in this one area. We've got 8 drivers here today. And they are literally taking those 8 drivers covering all. And so again, I just wanted to say that for the record, because again, we're pulling the rabbit out of the hat every day to cover this district. And I just have to say, I'm just proud. I really am. I'm proud of our department and what we're doing. You know, I was just talking to Myron before, and we were just talking about some of the things with the bell schedule. We have definitely maintained in a lot of areas, because had that bell schedule not been passed, we would be hurting. Okay, but not only have we maintained, we've gained. And some of the things that we're trying to do as far as recruiting, to your question, and retention, again, we do have a recruiter, and she is working hard. When we had the in-house bus rodeo, you know, we had so many people, so many teachers that came out, which I was so glad. And, you know, we offered them the opportunity to drive a school bus. Some did, some didn't. It was kind of exciting. But we were able also to showcase one of our brand new buses, propane. And so many people got on it and were like, this has changed a lot since 20 years when I was in school. And I was like, well, so has driving. It's not like where grandma and granddad are driving your routes anymore. So it was another opportunity for us to recruit and reach out to the public and let them know this is what it's about, and this is what we're doing. And so some of the things that we're doing as far as retention, you know, we're always working on morale. And I said this to you before. Come January, we're picking people up off the ground. Mm-hmm. And we're trying to encourage them and inspire them. And we've just seen some incredible things in our department whereby our drivers are encouraged, they're recruiting, they're bringing other people. And I'm just excited about where we're going, because we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. We really are.
Well, thank you all so much. I think it's really great. I want to drive a bus next time.
I have a really quick question, because y'all know this is my lane. The campuses that require crossing guards, are they fully staffed or are they behind?
They're behind.
Okay. Is there anything that would be more, to Sade's question, is there anything being done that would help that? Or, because I know that the timing there is a little bit different. It's difficult for people to do that with kind of the odd schedules.
Yes, it's probably one of the most challenging. That takes a very unique individual to want to do that job, and they're awesome, those that we are able to hire. So it's a very unique individual who wants to do that for the pay that's been off, for the hours to be outside high, and to almost get ran over a couple of times, you know, throughout the year. Just all the various things that come along. I mean, I'm just like, we've had a few situations because, you know, the 99% of our parents drive very nice and slow and carefully around the campuses, but sometimes they don't. So we're thankful for our crossing guards that are out there in the various weather and all that, but it's definitely a hard to fill job. But I've been talking with John, we've been talking with HR, talking with Brandon, as we continue to even think about some other things we can do even for that position to try to pump that up. For example, we're even talking about maybe using, I don't want to say this too loud, using crossing guards potentially, even during summer school. We're just trying to look for ways, continuously improve and find ways to try to reward them, show that they're valued, and see if we can get more people to want to do it. But the campuses have done a fantastic job at assisting us in that and recruiting through the channels in which they have available. So they've been a big help to us in immediate vicinities of the campus.
And as we talk about hazardous routes coming up next, I mean, that was obviously a common theme that came through with all the feedback. Also was the need to have more crossing guards or more presence of crossing guards. And so we know that that is a critical area. Part of our work with HR has been looking at the amount of time that we can allocate, because once again, it's billeted at a certain amount of time. And so that hinders some of our folks that are rehires or anything along those lines. And so I know we've worked with John and looking at different ways of trying to do things differently to promote that, to make it a little more accessible for some of our people that would like to. But we've had lots of parents through PTA that have volunteered, have gotten trained. Ken went out and did some training at different schools throughout the year and last year too. But we know it's a huge need, and so we've really tried to meet the critical areas or the most concerned areas, but know that we have lots of other holes that we still need to fill with the crossing guards.
I'm curious how much interaction we've done with our PTAs and our parents as far as volunteering, even though we'll have to work on the sales job to get them in.
We don't want Myron talking about them almost getting hit or anything else.
But I am curious about this, right? Because when we come up with hazardous routes, this district knows since 2015 on the board, I do not like those discussions. Yes, but I've only allotted 30 minutes for it, so I'm going to hold some things back. But that was one of the questions, is that when I was looking at the comments we had, over 800 comments from our community, my question is, so much of that did have to do with our crossing guards, our crosswalks, how we help provide. If we aren't able to provide all that bus service, and as we said, we're driving so many, we're stretched thin, then how do we beef that up? And I'm curious of, like, what is the outreach we've been thinking of, or what is it that you need for board support to be able, and it feels like we're heading towards another direction where you're going to come to us, like with substitutes. We went outside to get help for substitutes for a while, and then we're like, no, never mind, we're going to do it in-house. And I feel like there's always that discussion of, is transportation better in-house or out-of-house? And so I just want to make sure before we get there that we've given you all the options and support. So are there discussions happening, and will you come back with us and tell us what other options of support we can do?
Yes, ma'am. We'll be happy to come back and do that. We have the best form of communication is not coming from us or a district email. It's coming from those individual principals in those campuses. That's where we saw the biggest benefit last year. That's when, like, Steiner Ranch, they brought it up, and we had 4 parents that volunteered right after that. And we got them trained. I think Ken went out there, rode a bus out there and trained them that same day or that same week, and took all the supplies and stuff too. So anybody, if you're listening or watching at home, we would love to have you, and we would be happy to train you.
I had a question. We've seen some chatter on social media about buses breaking down. This year alone, how many buses have broken down, and what does that protocol look like to ensure students are safe when that does happen?
Breakdowns or accidents, or both?
I'm just looking for breakdowns, because accidents happen, right? But
Yes,
I know
ma'am.
some of our buses are getting to the end of their life. I guess that's the correct way to say it. And I know there's one in particular that I saw on social media, the 1431, where a bus was broken down. Like, what does that process look like? I guess, like, are parents notified through Smart Tag, and how much has that happened this year?
Why don't you talk about breakdown?
I don't have that specific data on the breakdowns, honestly, because I wasn't prepared for that, but we can definitely look into it. But we do have a protocol in place, and this is where it gets tricky when we start talking about, let's go back to absences. I used just the other day, yesterday I think it was, specifically, because I call it, they was down to the B team, and that means moi was in dispatch, and with my transportation supervisor, Billy Jack, and it was us. So when something breaks down, we try to keep a mechanic and one of us director off, so we are ready to respond at any time. So that's why something like, for example, I don't drive, or we just make sure one of us are available so we can respond immediately to that. The mechanic for anything they need to do, if they're able to fix it on the spot, and then we're available to make the decision on what to do with the students. So that's kind of exactly how we split it. Hey, Billy, you take care of the bus, I'll take care of the students and figure out what we need to do, and we'll make that decision on the spot, what's in the best interest. But he'll let us know, is this something we can get a quick fix on, or do we need to transfer those kids to another bus and keep it moving? Because it always depends on what time it is, because our buses only break down at the most convenient time. I'm sorry.
But furthermore, the campus should be notified, the parents will be notified, and then we will get a game plan together whether or not that's another bus headed to that location to pick up those students and get them to school as quickly as possible from there. Our mechanics do a great job. I jokingly say, are we talking accidents or are we talking breakdowns? Because I think we far outnumber accidents and we do breakdowns because our mechanics are so good about making sure everything is in top-notch working order as quickly as possible.
True, yes, I concur. More accidents than breakdowns.
I know we have TAA reports that we do on accidents, and those we can monitor. Those lag a bit, I think, behind our data sources. What I'd like to know is for the board to be able to put in context the accidents and the absences and repairs, actually, since we brought those up. And it can't be to last year, because last year was kind of a different year. So you're going to have to figure out some way to normalize that so we can see, is there a trend, or are we plateauing, or what helps us kind of get context around the numbers that you're providing us?
We can provide you the most accurate data from this year, kind of a year-to-date and an overall view of that. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, because we don't have breakdown data. We have accident data, but not necessarily breakdown data. And we have a pretty newer fleet, and we've been doing pretty good, especially for our route buses.
Okay.
Can I just say thank you guys for doing it? 15,000 miles a day. That is an incredible amount of putting yourselves, the staff, out, because roads are the most dangerous place you can go. And I've told my kids and other people's kids who are driving, the most dangerous thing you can do any day is go to the grocery store in a car and go get a jug of milk. It is truly, the percentages don't lie. And God bless you all for the work you do every single day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, just one last question about traffic lights. So you talked about down on 620. Do you work with is it Department of Transportation, trying to figure out what they can do with the traffic lights?
We've had lots of conversations, and I think actually Mr. Disler and his department have had a lot, because we also work with Travis County in regards to our school safety zone lighting and the times for that. And there's a couple of schools that have had a constant or a consistent issue with that. So we've had conversations with them. The traffic flow is what we've been told is the traffic flow, especially during those peak times. And so really what we've tried to do and get down to is what within our realm and within our world can we do to improve the situation of getting students to school on time and at home at a better rate. And so within our control, what are we able to do and get more imaginative with okay, this is the traffic pattern. We know what it's going to look like at 8:30, at 6:20, and 22:22. How can we get students to 4 points? How can we get students to Vandergrift? And how can we get back out of Vandergrift in 4 points and get those students picked up back for 4 points?
Can I add to that a little bit, Brandon?
Yes, ma'am.
We also, when we build the routes, we're trying to get the buses there before parent traffic as well. So that's kind of a confusing thing when parents say, my kid's getting on the bus at 6:30 in the morning because school doesn't start until 7:45, and they're thinking their students on the bus for almost an hour. But we're getting them there at 7:10. They're getting to eat breakfast, they're safe, and the bus is getting to move on to their next route. So we're trying to build that time in as well, in taking that into consideration that the parent traffic is going to congest that area. Vandergrift's the ideal model of that. We can't even get a bus away from Vandergrift for 20 minutes after school is out. So that puts the buses late coming back to pick up the Canyon Ridge students. It's 4 points.
Yeah, the 4 point, yes.
And so it's a domino effect. And we're doing everything we can to alleviate that, but at the same time, you know, there's a lot of traffic over there.
It's okay. Next year, we'll be sitting here and talking about Raider Way and getting in and out of that. Thank you, City of Leander. We appreciate you. Are we ready to move to hazardous routes?
Yeah, and yes, I think we can go ahead and close this and move it on. We're a little behind schedule, but you can catch us up in hazardous routes. Also, board and community, thank you so much, because as you heard, they wake up at 4 and 5 a.m. So for us to be able to accommodate and get y'all in here, I think that's really important. It shows respect to our staff, and thank y'all so much we do appreciate y'all and all that you're doing. Of course, please just forgive us if we're like, what else? What do we need to do? But we are very grateful, and thank y'all for being here. Your information is very helpful. All right, with that, we'll go to hazardous routes.
Okay. Let's let them go. Well, they've got to present on hazardous routes also. No, they went out and scored them. So we'll cut this and give you all the information, but make sure we're covering everything also. So as you know, we do this annually. As President Bodie brought up, this is one of her least favorite topics, yes. But it is a topic that we need to discuss, and we take it very serious. And so just wanted to give you a little bit on the purpose of it, and make sure that we're looking at each of these individual areas. And so remember the timeline that goes with that. And so every year our timeline fluctuates a little bit. I feel like we've gotten better at targeting our community that is truly impacted by this. As we have gone through this process, Daniel and his team in SCR have been great in assisting us with making sure we're targeting those families that are really impacted by this, rather than just everybody that gets bus service. And so with that, as President Bodie brought up, we had quite a bit of conversation back, which is great, and we want to know what those things are. So December the 13th, sent the evaluation out, ran that for a full 30 days through January, and then we started evaluating that starting mid-February through the first part of March. And I think I went out of order, but
no, you're fine. And this a reminder for those who are not aware, the current scoring matrix that we use was approved, was developed by a community advisory committee and approved by the board in 2019. So that's what we used for the criteria. And only other thing to really mention from this line is we get a lot of questions about the 2 miles and where did that come from. And that is not a Leander thing. It really is determined by the state. So that information comes from the state, and we refer to that as the net stone for students who live within 2 miles of the campus. And there is some routes that would automatically qualify, considered and this is also determined by that, if they cross an arterial street and aligns with the road more than 45 miles per hour, crosses a railroad. So those are automatic qualifiers in that situation. Other than that, according to the matrix, they have to have a score greater than 475 to qualify as a hazardous route when we are doing the scoring. And here's some of the feedback that some of you have already alluded to, showing the amount of responses. And actually it was more than that. We just had duplicates because we reminded everybody of that. So there was some duplicates in there. One family was replying. So we started out with about 1,100. And then after we got some of the duplicates out of there and stuff of that nature, it was down to 894. And you can kind of see here that the majority, around 60%, was in reference to elementary campuses, which is what we would suspect. And you can see here that about 60% have bus service, and 38 just were coming back saying, hey, don't take our bus service. We already got it. We want to continue with that. And all of the feedback was read. I believe y'all have some of that, but it's actually quite enjoyable reading. So we did read all of it, and as some of the slides we got come up, you know, we wanted to reflect that. And it's important for you guys to know, and also the community. We got together, all of us sitting right here. We went to all these places. We got it. We hopped in the vehicle and we drove around to all these locations to put eyeballs on them, which was quite beneficial.
And we actually got out and walked them.
And walked them. Yes, it was a beautiful sunny days. Yeah, and we also got them. So you can go ahead.
None of them. There was no changes but one that we're recommending, but that's at the end. The first one was the Glenn High School, we went by feeder patterns. We pulled some of the highest responses out of each feeder pattern. And those were the areas that we went out and we viewed, walked, drove, whatever. And the comments, you know, where we took their comments to heart and we went and found what, like walking paths or whatever. So the Baghdad Elementary, the 3,900 attendance boundary neighborhood code was a big one because of Divine Lake and walking down Baghdad.
And this was something that we got very close to what we were being told by the city of Leander back in the fall, because if you drove down Baghdad, you saw those barriers up as they were doing all that underground utilities. For Divine Lake to have a safe walking path within that 2-mile net zone, they would have to go up, come back around Baghdad on the opposite side, and then come back around. We were told that that construction was going to be completed a lot sooner than what it actually was. We actually had in our RRR meeting right before they finished, and I said, guys, they're still not done. We need to figure out a way to get a bus in there to provide service, because obviously it's going to continue for a long time. Within the next day, I think it was, they removed all the barriers and students were then having that safe walk path on that side of the road, which made it a lot faster for them right there. So Divine Lake's that neighborhood that's right there on the backside of that it's just popped up in the last year and a half.
Close to where the new elementary,
homes,
where the new elementary is going to be going.
Yes.
Right where the new elementary,
Yeah,
the
the
new
new
elementary
elementary's gonna be right there
is
next.
scheduled to go. Yeah.
So yeah, that was a big one. Had the biggest concerns. So the Aiken Stiles Middle School, we always have a lot of comments from them. They, Journey Parkway is it's a road that people drive fast on. Even though there are the crossing lights there in front of the campuses going to the neighborhood, people still tend to speed, and it is a safety concern for these families. And this would be where having some more crossing guards would actually help. And one of the comments we did get was from a crossing guard at that location. So like Myron said, we read every single one of these comments. The walking path, this one we actually got out and walked. It was the concern about where the sidewalks didn't connect for a safe path down Journey Parkway. There's actually a brand new sidewalk through a park around a beautiful lake.
Yes.
Yeah, and it was a great time to get out and walk that day. But we found that there was nothing hazardous about that because there was safe walking paths. The Rouse Wiley feeder pattern, this one is right away.
Yeah, right away. Yeah.
We're busing the apartments that actually connect, but you know, there's not a safe crosswalk or anything to get them across right away. So yeah, we went out with that one, and we're not there's nothing to change because there is bus service over there, and that's some of the comments we were receiving. Please don't take our bus service away.
Yeah.
Pleasant Hill Elementary, there's a little quirky sidewalk over there that doesn't connect to the main sidewalk, and that was a concern for these parents, and we went out and checked on it, and yeah, the sidewalk doesn't connect, but it's like 10 feet of walking through the grass. So having a sidewalk wasn't part of that to connect, did not make that a hazardous area. The Whitestone area where we going across Lakeline and stuff, there is a crossing. There's a crossing guard. There's signals. There's protection. You know, it is a scary intersection, but we're also, you know, preparing these kids for, you know, life. And there is sometimes we have to walk, and they are protected though by crossing guards and lights. Whitestone, again, that was the same one.
Yeah, it is Whitestone.
Did we have it on there twice? Okay. Knowles to RBMS, that whole area. That is one of our, I think, one of the best crossing guards areas and lighting situations there are. Don't turn right on red, and the protection and stuff offered at that area is beyond anything that we have anywhere else. And I would like to see the cities, you know, Leander and Cedar Park, both get more involved in maybe providing crossing walks, providing lights, and stepping up their game like it's done in front of Running Brushy, because that is a great example of what we need. The Cox and Henry, in fact, I used to live in this neighborhood. I used to live on Linwood Trail. My kids had to walk to Cox and Henry and Vista Ridge whenever they were in school. And it's a long walk. It's 2 miles, but it's safe. It's a safe neighborhood. And there's a bridge that goes under Park Street that runs parallel to Linwood. So that they don't even have to cross Linwood. They can go right Park Street and then go right under it. So West Side Elementary, this is an area that it's like Baghdad, walking down Lakeline. It's scary. It's 45 miles an hour on that street, but the sidewalks are huge. It's a safe walking path. It's just a lot of scary cars going by, but they're not even connected to the road. They have a big grass patch that gives them a safe walking path. Bush and Bush and River Ridge, again, safe walking path, beautiful neighborhood. Save the gym membership. Well, walk with the kids, you know. None of these that we found equaled any to meet the hazardous protocol. The one that we are recommending to change, are we there yet?
Yes,
I'll take that, yeah.
Yeah, the only area that we are recommending to change is Bella Vista, not Bella Vista, Maya Vista.
Maya Vista.
And because they're with the creation of the neighborhood behind them, the reserve at North Fork gives them a safe walking path to Glen and Danielson. And that's the only change that we foresee making in the next school year.
So with that, we always want to tell the story about what students are impacted. And so that's the total number of students that are currently at each of those campuses. And then also the new scores once that new walk path was designed. So we also added in to this presentation the walk path that would be there. I think it is important also to tell you that as a campus of Glen High School, Kathy can just tell you where is the point that the 2 mile radius is picked from each of these campuses. So it's designated spot.
I create the walking path from the light pole of every campus.
The flagpole.
So, flagpole, sorry. Yeah. So every year I go in and make sure that they're reevaluate the 2 mile walkout from every campus. If there are paths, safe paths, walking paths, I add them to our map so that we get the accurate mileage and can say these are safe walking paths for these students. And it starts out at the flagpole of every campus.
So there may be a bunch of different ways to get onto that campus. So I use that as an example. That Glen from that neighborhood's got a lot closer access from the student parking area or close to the stadium area that would get them into the building quicker. But as we have to designate a spot on every campus, it was became the flagpole many years ago, and so then that radius was then picked from that area. So that would be the only one that we are recommending a change of service to, which would be removal of bus service for that one subdivision or that one neighborhood code.
So I understand the transportation presentation we just had, and that is important. And I understand when we're having this discussion, that's going to be in the back of the mind. Is I know that stretching your transportation service, it's already thin, is something to consider as a board. So I get that, but I also understand too the dynamic that we have in our communities when we're saying this route isn't hazardous, and you go walk down and all of a sudden you see an overturned car on that sidewalk that was deemed safe because there's no blocks, there's no like curb barriers. Those cars can just careen off, and I've seen that in my neighborhood and in some of our other neighborhoods. And so I'm challenged because I get we have a hazardous routes tool we use, But my question would be, our hazardous routes tool was looked at in 2019. We know that accidents and the injury rate of those accidents, whatever, I don't remember the technical term, has gone up dramatically since COVID for various reasons. I remember a legislative hearing on this. What have we considered about looking or reviewing our hazardous route scoring item?
So part of it is we revisit it every single year and also stay up with the state guidelines with what are changed. And so when we're deeming anything or having certain roadways, we follow the guidelines. What's it called, Myron? The appendix that you have in the front of that book.
It's TxDOT. When we start identifying the roads, it's really through TxDOT, so we don't, some of those arterials and some of those definitions are not words that we've come up with. It's straight from TxDOT, and we use their maps to even identify those particular roads within our district boundaries.
So in our matrix, what is the score for accidents that have happened on a road, whether they've been fatality or car overturns?
There's not a score in there, and I remember this came up before, and I just remember because I just recall it because John and the particular road was Quinlan Road, and even I'm trying to recall, and I think John may actually been, so I'm trying to quote from 2 years ago, so I apologize, but essentially we had found out there'd been maybe one, because when we talk about accidents, yes, there's accidents on every road, so, and if we make a change for one, it is going to increase the question is, are there accidents during the time that the students are going to and from school? Because I remember with that one, when John Graham brought that information and did some leg work, that we found out, for example, on Quinlan, there had been maybe like 3 accidents or 4, but even out of those accidents, there was maybe only one that was during the time which school was in session. And so we haven't did that, and that would be interesting because then it would be like, what is the number? Is it one accident, but there's accidents. We have our buses have accidents. So when we start saying, bringing in accidents, I just would say we can do whatever the board asks us to do. But if we're already stretched thin, and we'll do whatever you ask us to do, so if we end up adding routes because we want to transport more students, that's great. I don't have, that some of those numbers that I showed you, this will be going up, and we'll be doing our best to provide that transportation.
And I'm not, I understand we've got an issue over here we need to solve, but I don't think we want to artificially have this number over here. I mean, if this number is bigger, we need to take care of this somehow. I get there's a problem. I'm just trying to figure out how we thread this needle.
So when we talked about accidents specifically, and we reached out to different city organizations, and I look at Russell because he's been our liaison to some of those, to be able to get accident data is not something that we could readily pull to make it part of our matrix at that time. And I can visit more with that and to dig into it a little bit, but we don't have access to be able to look at it individually without doing a lot of digging within the city. I'm not saying that that's not the right work to do, but that's not something that we've currently had access to.
I had a question about neighborhood 3985. So I drive that road every single day because I have kids at Danielson. The one y'all are taking away. I know that there's that new subdivision with the sidewalk, and then it kind of stops there, but you have to cross a street to go to the other sidewalk because it hasn't joined across. There's like a small section. So I guess what I'm asking, because that road is insanely crazy. When y'all walk it, what time of day are y'all walking it? Is it during school hours? Is it during pickup and drop off? Like when are y'all walking these hazardous routes?
In between.
In between, because we cannot walk we have to drive, we are unable to walk during route time. So it's after that, but what we're looking at is we're just looking at the walk path in itself. Is there a walk path that they can walk on? So if there was more traffic, for example, our north terminal is over there as well. So I'm very familiar with that drive over there. So we drive over there. So yes, we do know about the amount of traffic on that road right there that you're referring to, which is pretty consistent on some of the other roads as well. But no, we're not. We did like 2 years ago in 2019 when we got the new matrix. We were going out there early because we got some requests to do that. So there was some times we were out there at those particular times, because I remember I was here at that time that we were out there at 8 o'clock, as opposed to when we went out was more like 10 o'clock or anything like that after all the routes have ran.
And then my other question, you mentioned Radar. Well, Radar, I'm going to say it. been on that road, going to drive down it again. How is, I guess, I'm trying to word this, the relationship with the city, I guess. How can we get them to really help hear us? We need help here, I guess, and to step up. Is that something we can do as trustees, talk to?
That would be fantastic.
That's what I'm trying to understand, where that relationship piece is.
So I know I've been a part of one conversation with the strategy of how we're going to bring parents and buses in. And we had that 2 weeks ago or so, I believe, with Rouse, and then the Wiley principal was also there. Once it goes down to one lane, and then also staying in communication with us. This summer is going to be very interesting when they shut down right there in the front. But they have been very upfront with us of, hey, here's each step along the way. It's not going to be great, but how can we work together and partner together to get this done? But it's going to be a multi-year process till we see that final product and have it. I think year 2 is going to be the most interesting when the roundabout is being put in. That's going to be a little more interesting than what we're going to deal with just one-way traffic, in my opinion.
So as I read through the comments, in some neighborhoods, there was suggestions to speak to the whoever the proper authorities are to lower speed limits in the neighborhoods. Is that also an option that you're looking at?
We have done that. We've met with over by Aiken and Parkside, and since they opened up that backside next to Parkside, we've met with the county and different entities to work with that. We looked at the different beacons, we looked at different lights. We have a great relationship also with the city of Cedar Park, working through some of the traffic lights around Reagan Elementary and Henry Middle School that is in the very near future. And we're excited about some of those things that are coming on too. So all those conversations are happening, understanding that we're asking for these things and trying to partner with them on ways and suggestions that we're getting feedback from our parents and our community members and passing that on to the city also. And they've been very receptive, so we're thankful for those partnerships.
And then now that you've identified the Maya Vista neighborhood is going to lose their bus, do you have a plan, like how soon you're going to start engaging the community to let them know why and what the alternative is and things like that?
Right, so a notification will come out from transportation letting them know that obviously our service will continue through the end of this school year and it will be effective come next school year. And so that communication will be out there to those parents, and that I'm sure it'll be in their community forum and on their Facebook page and all those other wonderful things.
Or even just to sit down with them, because sometimes they just value that face-to-face where you explain. I don't know if they might be able to explain it to them.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you all very much. We appreciate y'all for being here.
Thank you.
All right. It is 9:14. We're going to go ahead and take a brief break. Board members, if you're okay, let's just do 6 minutes and then come right back. And the next item will be long-range plan review. All right, I do see another board member in here, so we've got a quorum. Oh, we've got 2. Okay. Come on. That's why we're not starting. Come on, board members. 9:22. Now we're ready. All right. Board members, you will notice on our agenda this evening that we have allotted amount of times that we expect for each of our agenda items, and they range. They range from 5 minutes to 30 minutes. You'll notice this item on the agenda is the longest one that we're estimating. This is the one that's going to take a significant amount of time that we're planning to block for it. So without further ado, we will go ahead and open up our next agenda item on long-range planning.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gehring. I don't know that I really want the award for longest agenda item, but I guess it's mine, so here we go. All right, let me find the controller. Sorry about that. All right. So, as you know, we are here tonight to talk about the long-range plan, and I hope that this presentation will provide an overview of how we got here, what's in the plan, what may not be in the plan, how the plan was intended to be used, and I think hopefully it will clarify some information that might be out there. So that's my goal anyways. If I don't reach it, please ask me questions at the end. So really that's what we're here to talk about, is what is this 10-year plan? So I want to provide a little bit of history. And so the 10-year plan, and this is taken directly from our website. So we have an entire page dedicated to long-range planning. And on there you'll see that the plan is really just a framework that we're using to approach the next 8 to 10 years of growth in our district, what we think will be the last part of our fast growth district fully growing out. And so really it's looking at a lot of these approaches where we're trying to maximize fiscal responsibility, best use our buildings, and obviously make sure that we have experiences that meet the needs of our students. So that's kind of what the plan does. We did say that the plan would be updated annually based on the demographer report, because as we heard earlier from our citizens, we know that the demographer report, it is a science, demography, but it's not a precise science. And so we know that every year PASA comes and tells us what's happened over the last 12 months, how the number needs to be updated, and what changes we might make. So we're very aware that the plan is a plan, it's a starting point, but that it obviously is going to be updated. So some people might ask, why do we even have a long-range plan, right? What is the purpose of this? So what I'll tell you is in a fast growth district, you have to plan ahead, right? You know that there's going to be growth coming. You know you're going to have needs in the future. And so that plan really kind of gives you a framework to start with. So a little bit of a history lesson here. We know that in November of 2021, this Board of Trustees called a bond election. 3 propositions were on the election and only one of those passed. One of the ones that did not pass was the one that included funding for new buildings and renovations of some of those buildings. So after that failed bond election, we really sat down and looked at, we know students are going to continue to come to the district, but when the voters said no to that particular proposition, how does the district go forward? So we ran an exercise in December of 21, and people still probably twitch when we talk about it, right? It was the one where we looked at and we said, what would happen if we took all of the seats in the district and just evenly distributed students out there? You know from looking at our district that it is not easy to travel from the northernmost point all the way down to the southernmost point. You heard Byron and Ken and Brandon and the team here tonight talking about the transportation challenges that we have in this district. And unfortunately, geography is not always on our side. And so that exercise, while it might have worked on paper, the realities of that was it was moving about 10,000 students, some of them from across the street from a school that they live nearby, putting them on a bus and driving them 10 or 15 miles down the road to another school. So the Board of Trustees told us at that time, that's not a feasible option, right? So, but we went through the exercise and kind of looked at what would happen. So at that time, the Board of Trustees said, can you please convene a long-range planning committee? And we want to make sure we have trustees on that committee, and we want to make sure we have administration, and we want you to really dig into the data and bring us something that we can begin discussions with. And that's honestly how the long-range plan was born. So 3 board members and district administrators sat down over the spring of 2022 and literally dug into data. We took demographer reports, we took projections, we took facility usage, we took numbers of students in special programs, we brought in Brandon to talk about transportation. We had a very thorough review of what data did we have available to us at the time. And we really wanted to kind of set some parameters around that, because you can imagine with all of that data, conversations could have gone everywhere. So before we actually started that, these are the parameters that we set for ourselves as a committee to really kind of focus our work. And they were, number one, focused on students. What access do students have to those learning experiences? Is it a comprehensive school setting? Might it be a unique school of choice or a magnet school? Really kind of looking at what are those opportunities. Obviously, we wanted to make sure that we were optimizing facilities. The last thing we want to do is build a school when we don't need to build a school, right? So really kind of looking at, with that, also being fiscally responsible, right? Not just wanting to spend dollars just to spend them, but looking at how do we maximize those taxpayer dollars. And then, of course, changes in population over time. And what we were looking at there was, we know for the next 8 to 10 years, we're going to continue to grow, but that growth is not even, right? Just like it's not really easy to travel from the northernmost region to the southernmost, the families aren't moving in perfectly spread out areas, right? They are moving fast growth in the Leander area, not as much in Cedar Park, and not as much in the Steiner Ranch community. So really kind of looking at the challenges that lay ahead of us. So what does the long-range plan address? And I'll show you an image of this in just a minute, but it really uses a few different approaches. Number one being new construction, right? Jimmy Dissler has been here for many years and has, had impact on every single building in this district. So there is going to be a need to continue to build new buildings. We know that, right? So new construction has to be part of that 10-year plan. But also strategic rezoning, which Jimmy and I are going to come talk to you about in just a few minutes. Is there capacity in our district currently? And if we just redrew some attendance boundaries, could we better utilize buildings? So that's an approach we're looking at. Something that's new for our district, and obviously is a little scary for some people, myself included, is that concept of renovation and modified utilization. And it's kind of been coined as repurposing out in the community. So really looking at, is there something we could do differently? If we're looking at, if we have a building or buildings in a general area that are at a certain capacity and they're in close proximity to one another, and we have other district needs, would it be an option to possibly use one of those buildings for a different district purpose rather than building a brand new building for that purpose? And so again, just trying to look at what are the needs of the district and how do we maximize those taxpayer dollars. And then schools of choice came up. And honestly, this is a concept I know that's kind of taken its own little term, so I'll tell you a little bit of history on this one. This came out of the Program Advisory Committee conversations back in about 2018. And the district at that time was looking at what are experiences that we want to offer for our students. And so that Program Advisory Committee really started this concept of, yes, we have absolutely amazing comprehensive schools. We have elementary, we have middle school, and we have high school. But we also know that some students might want a very focused approach at a school. Maybe it's a fine arts, maybe it's STEM, maybe it's just a smaller learning environment. And so that's really what we were looking at when you see that word schools of choice. That's what it meant to the Long Range Planning Committee. I'm happy to change it if it means something different now. We are happy to adjust that, but that's kind of the context behind that one. All right, I'm gonna keep going here. I'm watching your faces, so I'll give plenty of time for questions. So the 10-year long-range plan, as I said, is posted on the website. And I think as I was reflecting on this presentation tonight, the word plan kind of sounds scary, right? Like this is what we're gonna do forever. And I want people to hear that this is not something that's etched in stone. It's not a perfect plan that we have laid out and we said nothing will change until 2032. That is absolutely not true. What this is a framework. And we know that throughout the process, new data will arise. Neighborhoods will regenerate that we didn't think were going to regenerate. Others may not regenerate that we thought would. New neighborhoods are going to pop up. Others may be a little more delayed in their development. And so there's lots of things that are going on. But this was really the framework that we used. And so when I talked earlier, I talked about the parameters, the approaches that we use within there. And so you'll see across the top in the blue, you'll see a new school, which obviously we talked about new construction. You'll see zoning, which is strategic rezoning that we're living through right this minute. You'll see renovation, modified utilization, or schools of choice. And then you'll also see that schools of choice up there. So again, just trying to show everybody that what we said were going to be those parameters that drove us, that's what you'll see up here on the screen. Again, the dates are put on the side because this is what the data tells us as of today. This does not mean that the district absolutely has to do this in the year that it's written on there. So I really want our public to understand that. We know that our demographer has told us we will need a school in a year, and by the time that year comes, things may have changed, and we don't build a school if we don't need a school. So when you look up there and you see elementary 31 is projected to open in 25-26, that's based on current trends, right? Should that change, we may not need that school at that time. Same with other things. If a projection is showing us that a school might be able to be repurposed for low capacity, but we get to that point and we're seeing that that trend looks different, this plan is definitely adjustable. So again, it's a plan, it's a framework. As a fast growth district, we have to look ahead, I think, as anything you do, right? You have to put out a plan, and then you live in that plan, and then you iterate as you go. Obviously, many of those up there are going to be voter approval too, right? Many of them are going to have to be put on bond elections, and everything's going to have to come back to you as a board for any sort of final decision.
If you just go back for a second.
Yes, sir.
So I think one additional comment is that this is a framework, and for that reason, we never brought it to the board for approval. So the board has never approved this plan because we knew that it was going to have to be flexible and adaptable over time, and that we were going to come back and revisit it every year. And so I think that's just an extra emphasis on that flexibility piece that is built into this particular way of designing for the future.
Can I ask a quick question on what you just said? So because it didn't come to the board for approval, that means we're not tied to it in the iteration that it was necessarily presented.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gehring. I appreciate that. Yes, we had a lot of discussion about whether it's board approved or whether this is an administrative plan that we would then bring components of it forward to you when that arose, and that's what we ended up doing, so thank you. So what we called kind of the first step of implementation of the long-range plan really was looking at secondary school zoning. We had some conversations about this throughout the last year, and we're living in this right now. This slide right here will probably look familiar because when we started looking at the plan, you'll see on the far left column, we took the 2021 demographic report. And at that time, our demographer told us we needed a high school 7 in 25-26, and we were probably going to need a high school 8. They also told us middle school 10 was going to be needed around the 25-26 school year. So that's when the Long Range Planning Committee sat down and said, the bond failed in November of 21. There is not funding to build a high school and a middle school in the time that the demographer says we need it. What other options existed? And that's where the zoning conversation came out to say, do we have capacity in our middle schools and high schools at the time? And we did. So we knew through the rezoning process, we could push out the need to do new construction for high school 7 and middle school 10.
Yeah, and unlike the exercise that we did in December of 21, we discovered that at the secondary zone, we could actually do some of this rezoning without disrupting an inordinate number of students.
Absolutely, and I think you're right, Dr. Gehring, because on this particular zoning, we did not include the Vandergrift feeder pattern because that's what we were finding was the transportation struggles right there. So when we're looking at this, we found that we could take our other comprehensive high schools in our northern and southern or central part of the region and the district and rezone that, and then obviously continue those conversations later. But I think what you'll see on here is that from the plan that we developed in spring of 22 and then even updating it in the demographer's report of 22, this plan pushes out future construction cost many, many years, right? From a 25-26 all the way out to a 29-30. And I think Jimmy will quote me on this, but we're about $400 million for a high school, give or take. So that's a lot of money that we're pushing out for future cost right there. It also indefinitely postponed high school 8. So there may not even need to be may not even need for high school 8 in the long run. I think what this plan also did, and as we talked about the Vandergrift feeder just now, you'll see that on there, when we look at the enrollment of elementaries in the Vandergrift feeder and then the middle schools in the Vandergrift feeder pattern, we're seeing that there could be one of the two middle schools in the Vandergrift feeder pattern that could be used for something different just based on current enrollment projections in the elementary schools that are coming up through. Obviously, should that change, that would change this right here, but that's where that came from.
Yeah, and I think it also points out the fact that we get a demographic update every November, and it changes, and we modify and adapt as we get those changes in. So in November of 23, the demographer will come back with modified projections for a new 10-year period, and we will adapt and change as necessary depending on that data. It's also good for us to recall that this last several years has been more uncertain than usual because of the global pandemic and the effects that have had on our enrollment in the district.
Thank you. So these slides will actually repeat here in just a minute in our next presentation, but this is the information that we've been sharing in the community forums on secondary zoning, and just showing our community that when you look at that top graphic up there, that was with current attendance zones, and before we looked at strategic rezoning, the need, and what I said earlier, the demographer showing us that we would need high school 7 in the 25-26 area, and then we would need a high school 8 a little bit further out in that. By doing some rezoning, you'll see that pushes high school 8 off the discussion for right now and pushes high school 7 out. You'll also see the colors that we choose to use on this particular chart show that if there's blue, that's showing about 80% or below capacity of that building, and anything that's red is over 120%. So in a perfect world, everything would be black and white on that screen, right? There wouldn't be blue and red, but you'll see that at least through some of the rezoning, you get some of the Glenn High School and Rouse High School red numbers are actually removed until a little bit further out, which by then hopefully we would have high school 7 on the ground to relieve those schools. So that's kind of what we're showing on that one. Here's the middle school. Again, same thing. You'll see some blue up in the top there. Cedar Park Middle, Canyon Ridge, 4 Points, Leander Middle School, and then Wiley Middle School with a lot of blue across there. And so by looking at some rezoning, you can actually push out middle school 10 quite a few years. And then the schools that you're left with that are still in that blue area are the ones we mentioned earlier in the Vandergrift feeder pattern, which is 4 Points Middle School and Canyon Ridge Middle School. But that rezoning really does a lot of relief for Danielson and Stiles by rezoning some students into other middle schools in the area. And so you'll see that the numbers get a little bit bigger as we get further out, but hopefully by then we would have middle school 10 as well.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that there's a difference between when a campus goes to 120% of capacity, it becomes very difficult for us to operate that campus safely. But when a campus gets to 80% utility and below that, that produces a different set of problems for us, but it's not the same kind of pressure that we have from an overcrowded campus. It's a different. So just because a campus has a blue box on it at 80% capacity doesn't mean that we're looking at that campus for closure or reutilization. It really comes down to the combination of a number of different factors where we have campuses that are in close proximity to each other that are low capacity, or and there are other considerations as well. So as we look at this, we just need to be reminded that there's nothing in these tables is an absolute, right?
Thank you, Dr. Gering. I appreciate that. As we look at elementary schools, again, the same data that we just showed you for our middle schools and high schools. So these are elementary attendance zones for the 23-24 school year. And you'll see that this particular group of schools, there's a lot of students in that red, so showing that over 120% capacity. So you'll see a lot of that right there. This is not a surprise because this is where our district is mostly growing, right? We're very familiar with this. You're seeing a lot of connections here. And then you see on there Area A and Area C, those are the two elementary schools that would be built next, again, based on current growth projections. You'll see in the central portion there, we do have campuses that are in that red, right? We've got Mason and then Rutledge right now. And then, of course, you've got a number of campuses below that are showing below 80% capacity. So again, just the data that's kind of driving the conversations that we're having right now. When we look at our Vandegrift feeder pattern, these are the 5 elementary schools that feed into that particular feeder pattern. You'll see that River Place, it gets a little bit large towards the end of the 10-year. Grandview is sitting kind of, anywhere around the 80 to 100, and then you see Steiner, Bush, and River Ridge are all showing to be under that 80% projection right now from here all the way. What the demographer is showing us out, we know that those projections are, a little less accurate the further out in that 10-year period. So we're really kind of looking closely at that first part. But that is the data that we're looking at right now. Again, like Dr. Gearing said, it is a science, but it's not an exact science. And so there's a lot to take in, and we can't just look at one box and say, that's below 80%, this is a decision that we're going to make. There's a lot of factors that definitely go into those decisions. So really, I've heard some people ask us, well, where did this long-range plan come from? So hopefully we kind of showed that there. And then how in the world does this connect to the work that CFAC did? And are they connected, or are they two different things? And so we just wanted to remind anyone who's listening at home that when we took our CFAC recommendations and brought them forward, we brought this slide into you on February 7th just to show the alignment between the work that the 150 citizens did and the long-range plan. And there was significant alignment there already. So it wasn't as if the long-range plan showed up and it completely contradicted CFAC. Yes, there were some differences, but there was a lot of connection there. And so we just wanted to show that again. And just for everybody who's been, I know we've had some people say they've been watching board meetings and pulling up the live streams and recordings, and that's wonderful. So we wanted to be fully transparent that we have done our best to present this information throughout the course of the last year. And so these were all the times that the long-range plan or components of it were brought forward to you as a board. So again, I know there's some questions out there about how did I not know about this? We just want to be fully transparent that it will continue to be discussed, but this is all of the dates that we did discuss it. This slide will look familiar because Dr. Gearing used it in our last board meeting. We talked about the approaches that the long-range plan uses, and so just to try to show everyone how that approach is being lived out at the moment. And so you'll see on the new construction right there, that currently equates to elementary school 31 and 32, which are included in the bond package that's up for consideration, voter consideration on May 6th. You'll see that strategic rezoning is, Jimmy's going to come up here in just a minute, and we're going to talk a little bit more detail and give you an update as to where we are on that process that's currently going on. The renovation modified utilization, again, those costs were built into the bond package. And so conversations would obviously happen about that, as this is the first time that our district has even considered this, right? There are many districts across the state and the country who have done this before. This would be the first time we've done this. So obviously we're going to have a lot of questions, lots of things to work through, lots of community input to bring into this, any decisions that are made on that. And then, of course, schools of choice. You as a board, before the bond election was called, talked about your desire to have more information about what is a school of choice. Is it a magnet? Is it not? What might it look like? And so we're obviously continuing to research that. Dr. Carlene and Dr. Vince are going to continue that.
Are you done with this one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so before you jump forward, I think it is good for us to remember that this long-range plan is designed as a 10-year plan, but inside of that are a number of bond elections that will make executing the long-range plan possible. And so when you called the bond for May of 2023, that was kind of the second step in the long-range plan, the first step being the secondary rezoning that we're doing that has already started some of this process in place. I'll also point out that we would be having a very different conversation today had the bond election in November of 2021 passed. We would be on a different path right now, and there are consequences for decisions that get made, right? And so we cannot forget that context, I think, as we're talking today about what does the long-range plan look as we go forward. Those consequences are both good and bad, right? And so the bond failing in November of 2021 gave us pause to go back and rethink, what are we doing? It gave us pause to go back, and the board asked us to do a number of things, run the district-wide attendance zone exercise, and we looked at that really carefully. And then also the board decided to put together the long-range planning committee that developed what has come today. If the bond had passed, it's possible that we wouldn't have a long-range plan necessarily like this one. We might be stepping forward in quite a different way. One of the other consequences that we're seeing in other school districts is if the bond had passed in November of 2021, it is quite possible that we would have not had enough money in that bond to build all the projects that we had outlined in that bond because of what happened between November of 2021 and the current day. And so there are neighboring school districts that are going out to bond again this May, and some of the money in that bond is money that will be used to pay for projects that were designed in previous bonds. And so we ended up not being in that position, and that's a good thing, I think, for our district. And we have a much clearer picture of what that inflation environment looks like now so that we can plan more effectively as we go forward. So I just wanted to create some of that context because I think it's really important that we think about all of these different moving parts and how they interact with each other and go together.
Thank you. All right. So as we mentioned, we do have a long-range planning committee, and while it started small so that we could dig into the work and bring a plan out there for people to help us pick apart and iterate, it's now grown a little bit. We anticipate it to continue to grow, but right now what the next meeting is going to be on April 17th, and what we've talked about doing, number one, is reviewing the report, the recommended report for the secondary zones. We have in the parameters that you'll see in just a minute in the next presentation that part of that process is to bring any recommended report back to long-range planning committee so that they can make sure that it follows everything that we had outlined as our plan. So we'll be bringing that to you on May 11th, but we want to run that through the committee first. And then the next steps for the committee, honestly, are going to be to start looking at what could a repurposing process look like in Leander, right? What are those parameters? You know, Dr. Gehring mentioned earlier, it's not just an 80% number. That is one factor, but what are those other parameters, and how do we get that information out to the public and get feedback on that? How do we talk about what could this process look like in our district? And then, of course, making sure that there's definitely community input into any process. And I have on here to bring a long-range planning committee update back to the board. If that's something you would be interested in, we're happy to bring something back to you at this time. So that is, I hope, able to provide a little bit of context and history, and then I am open for questions, and I got lots of friends in the audience that are going to come up and help me too.
Board members, questions?
I'll start it off. Just going to cut to the chase. I think you know where I'm going with this. Page 25, when we talk about the next step for the long-range planning committee. I know we met on, feels like forever, January, when was it? With the principals? I can't remember, but that was our first meeting with the principals. And so I guess my next question is when we're talking about building community input to this process, right? We look at other districts around the state of Texas who've gone through long-range plans. I could name them all, but I'm not going to. A lot of them have this like 18-month, 2-year commitment where community members are involved, and it is still the same kind of structure we have now, but it's got parents, it's got business leaders, it's got chamber members, it's got students. Like, how can we replicate that so that way everybody has a seat at the table?
Absolutely, and as we talked in the long-range planning committee, I think that's definitely something we can talk about. I'm not opposed to it at all. It was never meant to be an exclusive committee. It was a committee that had to dig into a lot of data and produce a document for the community to start to work with us. So now that the document is there and we're talking about implementing it, as we're doing right now with the secondary zoning, we're going out to community, getting input before I would anticipate the exact same process happening, a constant in front of our community. What might this look like? What concerns do you have? We have people who have moved here from all over the country, all over the world. I know I've talked to people who've said, I've been through this in previous districts and I'd love to share ideas. So absolutely.
So there is an appetite to open that. I mean, you know, like I said, like board members could either appoint 2 people and you could have the community fill out kind of like what we do with some of our district committees. Okay. How do y'all feel about that, the board?
Well, but then there's going to be other community members that might want to have input too. So I really want to be thoughtful about how we include our community voice, not just 2 or 5. Like, we have parents, students, they want to weigh in. And will the committee process not let them weigh in? Is it going to be like, okay, well, 5 of y'all are on here, that's community input, we're good? That's not going to work. We need, and if you get a committee that's 200 people, well, then you've got a committee that's too big. So we need to make sure that community input voice is going to be vital. And so I want to make sure we're thoughtful about how that community, and so yeah, I'd like to have more discussion of how are we going to get that community input in and weigh in on this.
Well, I think a good example would be our CFAC committee, right? We have lots of committees right now that make decisions that are district-led. We have SHAC, we have CFAC, I'm with DWIC. Those are a lot of district-led committees that we have parents from all over the district have access to apply. And then also there's, I think DWIC board members get to appoint one person. You know, there's different stipulations board members set,
Sure,
right?
If that's what we're talking about as a large size committee, that I just want to make sure this is one of those times where I want to make sure that we are clear on what we're asking for. And so if we tell administration, go do a committee, and they come back and go, okay, here's this 20-person community committee, we're going to be like, oh, wait. But then let's also think about the committee that we're empowering here. We've already empowered this long-range planning committee that we put principals on. And so that's also a group, like, you don't want to take away their voice. So I really want us to be thoughtful of how we're empowering and make sure we don't. I want our community voice to be included.
I get that, and I think, though, for me, like, when I look at all these other districts that have got this established long-range planning committee, a lot of them are in the North District who've gone through that extra growth, right? They've got principals, they've got administration, they've got about 50 community members, and it's variety. And what I love about it, it truly is a great makeup of everybody.
50 community members?
It varies. That's the thing, and I think that's the beauty of this plan, is that it is our plan. This board gets to, kind of set that tone like we did with the bond steering committee. We wanted more accountability for that. So what did this board do? We put together that charter. And so that's what I don't have the magic number, but what I really want to see is us replicate something similar to what all these other districts have done, to where we have this long-range committee that doesn't stop in 2 years, that doesn't stop in 3 years, that it is a continuous committee, that we have individuals on there that are going to be committed to essentially building our long-range plan. And it doesn't mean we get rid of everything we've done and we don't respect, our principals that just got on, but as someone who's been on this committee since 2022, I'm ready to hear the community. Like, I think it's essential, and this is the only way, and I've said this time and time again, it's the only way we're going to get buy-in. We've got to educate. We've got to.
Absolutely, we've got to. But how many times have we set up a committee and then our committee members go tell us, oh, I didn't feel like I was really heard. I didn't feel like I had enough time. I didn't feel, and we have got to make sure if we're doing this committee process, that's going to be our buy-in, that we're clear on what we want that to look like. Again, we want the community voice. I think I'm hearing that from the board, but I want us to be very intentional on how we make sure we're actually getting that community voice.
Maybe on a project-by-project basis, as opposed to, because it's not just long range, but there are specific projects within the plan that need that community input. And so each of those, kind of like how in CFAC you have elementary, middle, and high school, but with this, it will be Project A, Project B, and Project C. And it will be community members directly in that project.
I think that might be a really good approach. I don't think that there's a need to reinvent the wheel with getting community members on to the long-range plan, because the way that we have, if you did a format like CFAC, that works. The board members appoint the steering committee, and then whoever wants to from the community can come in and be on the subcommittees. If you want to do it by project, if you wanted to do it by feeder pattern, if you want to be on the long-range plan for, the Vandergrift feeder pattern or the Leander High School feeder pattern, these are the meeting dates. These are when you can show up. And then they send all of their information up to the board-appointed long-range steering committee, and adding the community voice isn't taking away anything from the principals or the administration. It's just adding to it, because our admin, we're not out, and even us as board members, we're not out in every community. But the other part of that is not everybody in the community is going to want to do that. So allow the people that want to have those voices to be on a subcommittee, just like they do with CFAC. Have the subcommittees put their information forward to the board-appointed steering committee, and then you only have a controlled number of people going back and forth, so that way the information flow is where it should be, and it's not going in 17 different directions. Because I think that CFAC does that really, really well.
I was just going to say, I really like the structure of the CFAC, and I think that like what Francesca just said, sort of like, you know, if you did it not necessarily versus project, because projects could kind of bridge different areas. I think maybe feeder pattern makes sense. I think that, you know, if we did almost an elementary, middle, and high, because there are projects that are specific to that in the plan as well, it might be a good way to do it as well. I really like that we have on the committee now, the principal input is really, really important, and I do feel like we have a lot of voices from across the district, and I think opening it up to having community members be able to have their voice heard, but also understand there's a structure, right? We can't just take it'll lessen the noise. I feel like it will allow people to participate and be involved at the level at which they're comfortable doing.
I'm torn on it, honestly, because I do think there's a lot more people that want to participate, and it's how do you get everyone's voice in there? And then at the same time, all this has been done. So what are we really saying about this? Is honestly what I'm thinking. I mean, all this is right here. So are we saying we're scrapping this and we're starting over with that? Because as soon as we do that and open this to like a CFAC, I don't know how you're going to be starting this process over. And I'm not saying that this process is set. I mean, we know that this process over a 10-year period is going to evolve. I just, I go back and forth. Is it doing feeder pattern town halls? Is it, you know, how do we, I don't know.
I see your point. I feel like maybe, you know, and the work that's been done, admirable work, and there's a lot in here. I think maybe more my thought process was, if these committees are formed, it would more sort of inform if changes come from, say, demographers, if changes come from enrollment, if changes come from, so it's more informing at a at almost I don't want to say a line by line, because it's not a line by line, but you know what I mean. It's sort of you know, just gives us perspective that maybe we didn't have prior. And like Laura Lynn or Dr. Arterbury was talking about, it's a framework, right? And so as we approach the time that these things happen or are supposed to happen, dependent on changes and things like that, then it gives our community a voice to, okay, so this is the information that we got. How do we best use this information to then inform what we do next?
Yeah, I think it's in my mind, because we're already in the second rezoning, like you said, Gloria, like we're already doing this. It's already happening. So because we're already getting the feedback from the community, I would think that once we bring in the community, it would be once that the secondary rezoning piece is done, then you bring in the community and say, here's the next step. Yeah. So what is next? What is your opinion? What are your thoughts? So if it gets to the point with the demographer's report where we do have to repurpose or something like that, before you start that process, now you have this citizen committee in place to say, here's our input in an organized way, because you're taking it from the subcommittees up to the steering, I guess if that's what you'd call it, and then that steering committee can present to admin. That way you're not disregarding any of the work that anybody has already done, because it's really good work, and I would never want to do that. But you're just finishing one part, you're finishing the active part of it right now. And before the other parts start, you're bringing in the community to make sure that they're being heard.
And help, let's talk about some real things so we can make sure we're getting some clarification. They're being heard. So do we want that community to tell us what they're seeing, like boots on the ground as far as enrollment? Because that's going to be really frustrating if they're saying, here's what I see, and then if this other group says, no, here's what we see because here's our data. I mean, I'm seeing, I want to know more about the process of, are we asking this committee to help us identify the changes and the trends, or are we purchasing more information on changes in trends. Maybe the demographer's report isn't the only data source. Maybe we think we need another data source, which can be another discussion I have in a bit. But let's just talk about this committee for right now. So if we empower them and give them information, are we asking them to set that? Or would we already have a policy that says we're looking at 80%, that's something we need to be concerned with. So can you tell us what you would do with these buildings? Can y'all help me understand what this committee does?
I think a lot of that would have to happen after we have the conversation, after y'all have your meeting on the 17th, because we don't know what all of those parameters are right now. Do I think it's a good idea to have input on, like what you're saying, like with demography? Not necessarily. I feel like that should come from the data that we're using, because you have to start from somewhere, and it should be an official documentation. I don't think that particular data set should be anecdotal.
All right, so let me just make sure I understand. When you are talking about a committee, I want to make sure I'm on the same page and understanding, what does this committee do?
So the way that I look at it is that the work that the long-range plan has done includes identifying the needs. I mean, we've had presentations, so we know what the needs are in the district, all the way from early childhood all the way to high school. And so the question is just, how do we use our facilities, our buildings, to satisfy those needs while keeping the student learning and engagement high. And so the communities, the local communities that will be affected, they can provide some input, because they know what the needs are for them. There's been a lot of talk about schools of choice. They can also give input into that as well. And so I don't know if that's expanding the scope or scope creep, but it's just it's all part of the utilization of the building, and also getting the kids what they need. So
No, I love that idea, but I've also seen it happen in the district where we had, were you on the board when that happened? And we empowered the community. They went on, it was our DWIC, and they came to us with suggestions of use and what they wanted. And that was just, there wasn't funding for it.
The use is, I want this program and it's gonna cost the district, here you go, this many $1 million. It's wonderful, it's great, here's the plan. That's my concern, I don't want to put anyone on a committee and have them do work. That's the question, is what are we putting them in charge of? What is their task? Because we have all this PASA data, right? We have these things that we have, our facilities teams that come back with this data. We have our transportation that, works with Jimmy and doing rezoning. If there's parts where you're going to go to the community, and I think it's really important to inform the community and be in collaboration with the community, there's also going to be a part where sometimes the community is going to say, you know what, it's really cool. I like my school at 50% capacity. It works for us. Y'all, that works.
I mean, the other thing is
so I think, and not saying that would happen, but I think we have to be real too about, I want to make sure we're not wasting their time or being disingenuous to, I want to know what is their task and how are we going to enlist them, because I think we need to involve our community, and I think that's what we all are saying, right? Yeah. But I don't know, and I'm struggling with how to do it, right? I want to do it in a way that is not disingenuous, and how do we get all of their involvement in a really practical and meaningful way? And there's got to be a way, and I think we're getting bits and pieces of it. I think we just need to really talk it through.
Go ahead, Paul.
I think we missed a real opportunity with the CFAC committee. They should have been making a long-range plan along with it. I mean, they said they were working on it for 14 months. They should have been doing, but they had all those people spend all that time. They should have put the time in again. So here we are, starting with another committee. And I still struggle a little bit of how can we be a fast-growing district when we're losing enrollment at the same time? You know, this seems like a problem to me at the big district level. You know, I get it. We built a bunch of schools in the south. Now we have people moving in the north. But to me, it makes me feel like, did we overbuilt in the south? There was a time frame 6 or 7 years ago, or I forget exactly how long, but we built a school and we couldn't use it for a while. And now, is that school part of some of the schools that we're talking about? That's not one? No? Okay. Well, the fact is how can we be both? We're a fast-growing district and we're losing enrollment.
We're fast growing in the north.
But here's the thing, down near Steiner Ranch, I mean, there's talk about getting rid of some of the schools, or there's whispers about it, and people aren't happy. And there's a 1,700 unit apartment complex being built. And the last time I checked, 2 people usually go into an apartment and 4 people come out. That's where families start. So we need to accommodate for that. And those are going to be built within the next, year and a half? So when we're thinking about moving and getting rid of a school, at the same time, I think we're setting ourselves up for, we're going to have another conversation. We'd have to put a school back in those same areas where we were talking about closing. Because personally, I don't want to close any school. Gloria, I like your suggestion. I don't know if you really suggest it or not, but if we were having a school and it's at 50% capacity, I would rather see them do that and we just close off certain wings of it in preparation that the demography might change again. There is a lot of things going on right now.
I think, well, if I can go back to Gloria's question.
I would love that too. And then I have an answer. I do have an answer on the question about the demographer's report in our apartments.
Yeah, just to answer, or not answer, but my perspective on that, because I was on SHAC, and a lot of the recommendations that we put forth on SHAC did not happen because there's just not a budget for it, there's not people for it, there's not interest for it. But I never felt like it was a waste of time because it gave me an opportunity to work with admin and to have my voice heard and to work with other community members on what everything was happening. It is, I'll be honest, it is pretty frustrating because a lot of the proposals that we put forward on SHAC were amazing. And it's frustrating that those can't be implemented, but I never felt like it was a waste of time to be on that committee and to have my voice heard.
Thank you. And yes, I would like to keep all of our schools at 50% capacity. I'd like to also start the base pay for teachers at $80,000. I'd also like to put counselors in every school that are academic counselors and mental health counselors. I'd like to do all of those things. Those are great. Let's work on the funding from the state for that.
So Paul, to answer your question, like you said, whispers of schools being repurposed. It's not a whisper, like it's on the bond. So that's definite. And then the questions, right? Like these, I did send out a question about the Carlin project.
Oh, wait, I didn't think that we were, I thought the talk before was their school might be closed.
The repurpose whisper is not a whisper. It's an actual discussion because we discussed it when we talked about the
I remember,
bond.
but there's still, we talked about spending the money, but we also talked about not spending the money right away.
Right.
So
that's a different discussion, though. I mean, don't make it sound like it's not. We're all. It's public knowledge. That's why we're talking about long range, because we want to make sure it's very clear on what areas we're talking about and what we want community input on. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and then the Carlin project, to make sure we've got that discussion, because I think these are important, right? Carlin project, it includes 500 additional apartments. Here's what I got on that. They're projecting 600 units, but 470 of those will happen in the next decade, so that's 10 years. And it's possible that you could see a small number of student increase, but not enough to change our demographer's report. And overall, it'll add 6, and then there's another 500, 1,500 units might be a challenge. I've got all these details. Overall, let me get to the summary. The summary is, even if you add the units, your projections add 65 elementary students, 33 middle
school students and 33 high school students. So that goes back to my earlier question about the demographer's report, is I feel like we keep hitting this kind of point where we're like, well, the demographer's report says this, but how is this helping us as far as really understanding if we need to repurpose a building? The questions about, what are the triggers to actually make that call? Because the demographer report doesn't give us a trigger. What is it if when we see this regeneration, because the demographer's report doesn't tell us about that regeneration until after it's happened, right? We don't ask for the projections of future. We just get what we currently get in that product. How can we pivot, or when do we know if we need to pivot, and what's the trigger? Is there some other report that we can get? Is there other information we can pull besides a demographer's report? Or as a board, can we get more metrics in place?
We heard about the census data that some people looked at.
Yeah, but hold on, and I want to clarify something. So the demographer does not ignore regeneration. The demographer just won't call regeneration until it actually happens. But remember that we're bringing the demographer back every year on purpose, and we pay them money every year to come back on purpose to make sure that we're watching those trends as they happen. And so when they start to happen, we'll get an inkling of that. And the first year it may be, here's the change. Is this a blip on the radar, or is this a trend? Is usually the first question. And then the second year, you'll be able to have a better information about, yes, it's happened again. It looks like it might be a trend. That's going to give us pause that we have to plan for. But you can't call that data ahead of time necessarily. But I don't think we must talk about it as in the demographer doesn't know. The demographer is taking census data and using it. The demographer is taking all of this data of all the developments. They're talking to people on the ground. They're talking to cities, counties, everybody that they can. These are professionals. These are people who do this for a living, who've been doing it for a living for a very long time. And we just have to be careful about second guessing them with anecdotal data.
Well, but this is my question. Is the demographer data gonna be enough for us to be able to make a trigger of, say, this is this is when we need to start the process of repurpose, or to tell us when we need to pivot and we can't start the process of repurpose? Is demographer's data enough to give us that?
I'm going to answer your question in a very roundabout way, if you'll bear with me for a second. What I hear all of us talking about is good governance. So I want to remind you that the 7 of you have been elected by the entire community in the school district to make the decisions that are necessary to govern the school district. One of your jobs is to hire the superintendent, who then hires an administrative team to run the day-to-day of the district. But your job, as you come in here every 2 weeks, is to oversee and to govern and to manage that overall operation of the school district. You do that by listening very carefully to a lot of different things. So you listen to the demographer and the reports and the data. You look at data all the time. You listen to the administration and what they propose and how they are doing the work on a day-to-day basis. You listen to the community, because it's really, really important that we have that stakeholder input all of the time. And you do that in a number of different ways. You have one-on-one contact with the people in your neighborhoods. You have board cafes that you'll sit down one-on-one with. You have Let's Talk, where they're emailing you and communicating with you. You're talking on the phone with people. You're also doing bigger listening sessions. We're doing town halls. We're doing those kinds of listening sessions. We did a lot of this in COVID, where we got folks to just come and let us know what they were feeling. You also do it by organizing advisory committees, and you do those in a number of different ways, and some of those are large and some of those are small, but that's what they are. They're advisory committees to help you to listen and to help you to be better informed to make good decisions in this. You're not going to make perfect decisions every time. Your job, rather, is to make a preponderance of good decisions over time. And that's what drives the direction and the success of the school district, of this very large, very complex organization over time. So I don't want you to get distracted by the fact that community voice is really important and we have to listen, but you have to also make decisions. And those decisions are sometimes exceptionally difficult to make, because this challenge of growing in the north and shrinking in enrollment in the south is a very challenging problem. It is not one that's going to be easily solved, and it's probably not one that's going to have a perfect solution. There are going to be some winners, there are going to be some losers. It's the same as when they talk about attendance zoning in a little bit. Those are difficult decisions to make. We're doing them in an environment where we're being as transparent and open as possible about the process, and we're inviting as much input as possible. But at some point in time, you have to make a decision about where you're going to draw the lines, and then you're going to have to implement that, and when we're going to have to go forward. Because otherwise we cannot operate as a very large, very complex organization. That's what I hear you talking about. I just wanted to kind of try to paint a bigger picture of what that looks like and remind you of your role in this situation.
And I appreciate that. Good information. I still want to know, is the demographer's report, though, what all we need for the trigger or the pivot? Are you saying
So what I'm
that-
saying is that the demographer's report is one piece of information, one piece of data that you're going to take as you make that consideration. I don't think it's the only piece. So to answer your question very directly, no, I would not make a decision based only on the demographer's report. That would be a foolish thing to do in my mind. But would you look at that piece of data in alignment with all the other pieces of data that you're gathering? Yes, absolutely. And will you use it? Yes, I think you should, because it is a very important data point in this discussion.
So if we've got several data points, then my next question is, if there's going to be several data points we do to do the trigger, because you know I like talking about the trigger and the pivot. Back in June 13th, I saw that. I remember June 13th. I heard that soundbite, and I that's what I asked about in that meeting. Is then there a need board? We've had a question. We've gotten community members say, will a resolution help? Will a policy help? A charter we've heard about. Is there something we need to draft to be a bit more clearer in this direction? And is that something that the long-range planning committee does to kind of talk about how this process looks? And in that process, it reflects what that community input section needs to look like, so that we can have more of like, is that going to be a committee? Is that going to be, you know, by town halls or however, and how we get that input? Would that be another step?
We didn't seek input when we put together the bond charter. We didn't seek community input when we put the school name and charter together. So I'm trying to understand, why can't the board be in charge of putting together a charter of what the next steps are?
We could send it to the long-range planning committee, which the board members are on, since they're having those discussions of like, what is the trigger, what is the process? But yeah, we could totally do that as a board, and not let's talk about how we can get it done quickly, but what does this process look like? I feel like there's some questions in the community that goes, what does this look like? Even our trustee goes, when are you going to do this repurposing, and how does that look? I mean, the community wants to know, what's the process, what's the steps?
I mean, this is more of a heavier lift than those examples that you gave, so I think it might need some community input too.
Well, I'm not saying I want community. That's where I'm frustrated, because for me personally, like, I think what the committee's worked on this for what, a year and a half. My time is all smushed. I mean, I've sat in 9 different meetings that I, sat with the other 2 board members and administration to put together this like living document. And it's a framework. Like it was meant to change the whole time. And I think that's where I'm frustrated, is because I went in really excited about this plan, because when I first got elected, you and I sat for like 2.5 hours, and I'm like, tell me about this long range plan. Where do we go? And he's like, guess what we're going to do while you just got elected. And so I think for me, where I'm frustrated right now is, yes, the board's done some great work with administration, and here we are. And what I assumed and thought is like, we've put this up, and then like, this is a 10-year plan. And my assumption was that now we bring the principals on, now we bring community members in, now we bring students, and I want students there, I'm sorry. And then, when we talk about, y'all were talking about what this committee looks like. I mean, a lot of these districts, I'll send y'all, I looked at 20 different districts in ISD, fast growth district, non-fast growth districts, local into us as well, peer districts, all those great things. And what they did is they don't have a CFAC. Basically, it's a long-range planning committee. So their CFAC is their long-range plan. And so it's essentially what our CFAC does, but it's long-range plan, and these individuals are studying the demographic report. What are those rezone things? Like kind of what our committee that we're doing now with just board members and principals, but it's grown to the community at large. And I mean, everything I'm seeing on here, it is not like a free-for-all. I want this school here, I want this school here, because the board has set parameters in place. Like, that's how a lot of our committees are. Like, I'm sure if we were to let SHAC members do what they want, we would have recess all day long. But, Carol. But I think where I'm frustrated right now is I know the board wants to get the community input, but I just don't feel like we're on the same page right now. And so I'm kind of confused and want to know like what that looks like and what the resistance to opening up like a district committee. I keep calling it community.
What if I guess if there is, I don't want to use the word resistance, but if there is hesitation because maybe not everyone is sure what that would look like to bring the community in, why not just start small and, like CFAC, have board members appoint 2 people to the long-range plan and just start there. Start there. Have the board assign 2 people and then ask them, what does this look like to you?
Because I have more community members than 2 people that want to weigh in on this.
Well,
but we have bond
I'm
steering
aware
committee.
of that, but you have to start somewhere. We can't just keep going back and forth because nobody knows what it looks like if we're not willing to try and start somewhere.
I agree with that.
Can that somewhere be just, we appoint 2 people each, and then members of the community who want to join, go ahead and join as well?
May I make a suggestion? I think it would help us if the board would set a vision for what you want. So if you could say to us, we want community involvement in this process, I would then turn it back to the long-range planning committee and say to them, this is what the board has asked for. What's the best way to do this? Or find several ways to do this and bring that back to the board so that they have time to do that work outside of here when there's more time, and then bring some recommendations back to the board.
Then I will go ahead and ask for that. I personally would like to see community and student input. I agree with Anna. I mean, if my kid ends up on it, y'all are going to have meditation rooms all over the place. But I would like to see community and student input on the long-range plan now. So as best as if y'all can figure out what the parameters of that are, what it looks like, how we can do that, so that it's not a free-for-all, and so that the work that's already been done can be preserved and appreciated, that would be great.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that on April 17th, when the Long Range Planning Committee meets again, this will be one of their topics for conversation, is how to expand the committee to include community members and students specifically.
I had a question. Well, in that committee meeting, will we put together a charter, or is the board going to do that? Board, do y'all care?
We have this slide that says, what does the long-range plan address? The plan utilizes a variety of approaches to prioritize fiscal responsibility by maximizing the usage of district facilities through new construction, strategic rezoning, renovation, modified utilization, and school of choice. So that's what's in place.
Do you want to like leave that there? I guess that's what I'm trying to.
Is that I think that's the thing, as I don't know if this alone is clear enough as we're continuing to move forward. Like, it's a lot more, because this doesn't have what we want. It's a plan. When do we start talking about if we have this, whatever the trigger is, if we have a trigger and then what does that look like? What's that next step going to be? And then I want to make sure, and this is great, if we do the committee, there's going to be some people who get on it, some people who don't. Still want to make sure we've got community voice of when we do that trigger and we start the repurposing, we start the rezoning, we have that community input on what does that need to look like.
Or does that, if we include the who is going to be involved in that, and then they will be tasked with, I mean, those triggers is specific to these projects, and I think that they should be involved in deciding what the triggers are, unless y'all are able to find other
So when we
triggers.
left our last long-range planning committee, this is what we talked about was we started a year ago and our challenge was to create a plan, and we did that. But the work doesn't stop when you create the plan. So now what I'm hearing you wrestle with is what is that next phase of the work of the committee? And so that's honestly what we're going to be talking about on April 17th is really what is the next phase? Is it advising the district? Is it making sure we have community involvement? So everything you're talking about is what we have down right now on the agenda, right? What are components involved in long-range planning? How does this group advise the district on decision-making that needs to go forward? How do we involve the community? So if I could ask, I know you have a long meeting tonight, but if you could allow us to kind of come back as a committee on the 17th, wrestle through some of this, and honestly, right now I'm looking at the agenda for the 17th, I envision us breaking into subcommittees within the long-range planning committee, some of which are going to focus on repurposing parameters. Some are going to be continuing that research on schools of choice. Quite a few are going to be looking at community input. So everything you've got is what we have in mind on the 17th. And so we could definitely bring you back a follow-up on the 27th, and then hopefully that will at least kind of set a charter or a purpose, Anna, and then you can on the 27th say, we want to add to this, we don't like this piece. But I think right now that's where we're wrestling with is when you first start something, it's that creation, right? And we've spent a year creating, and now we have something, and now we can't just live in there and keep creating. We have to go do something with it. And so just like we would with anything, right? When we said, you know, the secondary zoning, we're going to go out and talk to our community. You'll see in just a moment, multiple forums, right? We're going to go out. We're not going to do anything that's written into that plan without going to the community. You know, when we had the voter approval tax rate election, we had the attendance credit. We said, this is it. We went out and talked to the community. We're doing zoning. We're talking to the community. Anything repurposing, we're going to talk to the community. Bond election. So that's just what we do. It's just, it sometimes takes us a minute to get it all put together before we can take it back out there and get some input on it. So that would be my request, is that just to let the committee keep wrestling and come back to you. I know the timing's not perfect, and I apologize because.
I guess just for clarification, it's more for my board members. So when we're doing this April 17th meeting and we're talking about renovation and modified utilization, right? I know there's been talks of policies. Are we as a board tasking that committee to look into that policy, or do we want to send that to our policy committee? I don't care either way. I'm curious what the board wants.
Well, I think as we're having this discussion, I want to make sure we're able to get answers back to the board. I don't want to prolong, and so that sounds like a very long structure. So what if?
Well, it's either a yes or no. Do you want the board to work on that, like the committee, or
Well,
you want that's what I'm
does
trying
a
to figure
charter not answer then the things that a policy would then? Are you seeing a policy?
I guess what I'm just wondering, because I feel like policy is a whole different beast in
Yeah.
particular, and we have an internal board committee, so I'm trying to just
Right.
understand.
No, that's
I'm just asking
fair.
what the board appetite is. That's
From
it.
a policy perspective, I don't think that we can have a policy until we know what those parameters are. So if the long-range plan wants to work on all of that first, and then there's appetite for a policy, then send it over to policy committee.
works.
And we can get it from there. I do have one more request for y'all on the 17th. I'm so sorry. Because this is a moving and changing document, like you're saying, it's a live document. I feel like one thing that we're all struggling with is how to communicate what this is to the community. And there are a lot of mixed messages going out from every different angle, and that causes a lot of confusion in the community. And I think we can alleviate some of that if in the discussions on the 17th, there is a plan for how to communicate what the long-range plan is, what they're doing, what work they have coming up. So that way everybody knows what the message is, what the projects are, and there's no ambiguity in the information that's going out to our community.
I'd also like us, and I don't know how to do this, but I'd like the long-range plan to consider this, is that our communities that are impacted, like especially for the ones who are targeted for repurpose, they're gonna want voices in this, and they're gonna want to be on that committee. So I don't know if we do more of representation, but I would like them to look into that, because if your facility is getting repurposed, I get it, rezoning is important too, and we want to talk about that, but repurpose, like those communities, how many do we have? Yeah, we have 2 repurposes identified in the long-range plan already for 24-25 and 25-26? Three,
ma'am.
is it 2 or 3?
There's 2 in the central area and 1 in the southern portion.
So those groups
I
will
think I
need
would-
some type of good voice and way to be able to weigh in on this.
I agree with you on that one. I think I would also add to that that if we are going to continue to remind people that we are one LISD, we have to have everybody understand all components that impact all of us, because while your particular neighborhood might be up for a repurposing right now, in 5 years or 10 years, it could be a different community. And I don't want to just isolate particular projects to certain communities, because when we look at the 10-year plan, it is a holistic approach to the whole entire district.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Like, we don't know what's going to happen in 10 to 15 years. We might see the north side in the same situation. And so for me, this is like a starting point. And Paul and I both went to that TASB session about repurposing. And this is like a new thing in Texas when it comes to schools, what repurposing and not building new. And so this is something I feel like a lot of ISDs are going to be finding, like trying to navigate. And just because it's happening on one side, we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, Liberty Hill might explode and Burnett might be the new Liberty Hill. But I'm just saying, I feel like this is something we're going to find 10 to 15 years down the road. And unfortunately, this board's tasked with it. This is our job. And so I feel like, I know it's right now affecting one side of the district, but this plan affects everybody. So I think, yes, you're going to have some people on this side and this side, but I can tell you, like where I live, people are very invested as well. Like they want to have a seat at the table, just because their main concern is, well, if we're repurposing here, how long does it start over here?
Well, I get that, but when you're seeing numbers 24 and 25, 25 and 26, you got a little sense of urgency. And I do wonder about, this is something to think about, is how often we do the turnover of committee members. I mean, if committee members after 2 years, you're going to do another group, well, then maybe that next group, if there's another group identified for repurposing, we up their input into that. And I'm not saying don't hear from anybody in your community. We still need our feeder patterns, but I'm just saying, thinking you have a little more skin in the game and you want to be heard if you've been identified possibly in that area for repurpose.
Yes, ma'am. And I think to answer a question that Paul asked earlier, you asked about the years that are on there. So what we're looking at is that's the year that the demographer report is telling us that could happen. Obviously, that's going to be a district decision. So please know that even though it's listed on there, should the district decide to push it another year, as Dr. Gehring said, there's just consequences that go with it, but that does not mean that is absolutely going to happen in that year. If we decide to wait till the 23 demographer report, look at the trends to see if anything's changed before any of those decisions are made, absolutely we can. Again, it's a plan, it's a starting point, but you as a board would have those final decisions.
Thanks for clarifying that. I mean, it's like trying to predict the weather for a particular day an entire year ahead.
Or 10, right?
Or tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Right.
All right, so then the committee is going to work on some type of charter and talk to us about community engagement.
Yes, ma'am.
And get more information on what the process will look like.
Yes, ma'am.
And then y'all will bring that back to us on the 27th.
Yes, ma'am.
And then as we keep developing this, then eventually we'll do policy. Is that what we're saying? I want to make sure.
Possibly. Mm-hmm. Yeah. If we find a need in those discussions
Right,
for a
it's-
policy,
right.
then I think my recommendation would be that group decide what is the need, and then if it needs a policy, then a policy might come forward to you all for consideration. So,
Board members? Okay. I think I'm trying to wait this fair amount of time before I
I was going to say,
move
y'all are
us.
stuck with me, so I'm not going anywhere. So, Mr. Dissler's going to join me, though.
All right. We've got the update on secondary zoning process, so the conversation kind of continues.
Yes, ma'am, it does. So, Jimmy and I have gotten to be real good friends. We hang out almost every night now. So, but you're going to see a lot of similarities in this presentation. And so, as we'll show you in just a minute, our purpose in tonight is really just to give you an update on where we are in this secondary zoning process, which is step one of our long-range plan. So you'll see a very familiar slide again, just trying to help people see that everything is connected. Here is the same exact slide we've talked about for the last hour, right? What is the 10-year plan? And really what we're looking at tonight is this piece of it that's in the red circle there that says secondary zoning, effective for the 24-25 school year. And so again, just trying to show people that there are connections to the long-range plan. So this beautiful graphic is the one that we've had on our website since late January, and really trying to map out for the community what are the steps and how did we get from when you as a board set those parameters and approve the charter until all the way to implementation. So we've kind of circled the part right there in red. That's where we are right now. We released a second zoning scenario on Monday evening, late. I think it was about 10 o'clock, 10:30 by the time we finally got it posted, but we got it out there on Monday, March 20th, and so we have a second one that's out there. Right now we've had, again, so here you see on the top, we released one scenario on January 23rd. We released another one on March 20th, and we have had multiple community forums, tried to go all over the district in areas that were going to be directly impacted by this secondary zoning. We have one more currently scheduled on March 27th at Glenn High School. And so what we're just trying to show you on this one is that we have, okay, we're using Thought Exchange to collect feedback electronically. We've been reviewing Let's Talk submissions that come in, and then of course we have Post-it notes and chart paper and sticky notes that are up at every single forum. And so we have read every single comment that's come in from every community member. When we posted this agenda, we had not had our forum from Tuesday night, and I think we had about 50 people Tuesday night. So now we're a little over 300 people that have attended in person. What we found was that about half, maybe 60% of those that attended the first 5 sessions were from Neighborhood Code 1205, which in scenario 1 was being rezoned from Rouse High School to Glenn, and so that community had a lot of participation. You'll see just images there. We're just encouraging people to come out, look at the maps, sit down, talk to us, have one-on-one conversations, really trying to be transparent that we don't have everything figured out and we want their input in it. And so we've gotten some great feedback from our community. All right, some of our themes that we've kind of seen, and again, this kind of talks about what we did earlier, right? People are concerned with increasing their daily commute if they're being moved from one school to another that might be a little bit farther, changing feeder patterns. I know, Sade, you've talked to us about that before, and our struggles with maintaining either pure feeders or a balance of enrollment, and so there might be some changes in feeder patterns there. People were asking us, if I'm going to get rezoned when High School 7 opens, can I just stay in my current school for a few more years and then I know I'm going to have to move in a few years? So that was a lot of conversations, was why move me and then move me again? Just let me move when High School 7 opens. And then a lot of questions from families about transfers. Can I grandfather? Can my younger sibling go with my older sibling? Would you really move a senior or an 8th grader? So lots of questions and lots of concerns about that. We do have a slide in here that we've been sharing at every community forum, just letting people know that Jimmy will tell you, I wanted an answer back in January, and he has walked me through this process, that it's not a decision we can make until we get a little bit further down the road. So, but I keep telling people over and over again, consideration for seniors and 8th graders will absolutely be there. We're not going to move a student in a final year, right? That is not fair to that child. So we're going to be looking at some of those years. Again, kind of the theme of the night, we talked about transportation. Sometimes we may offer a transfer back for those families if they can provide transportation, because we just heard we're having difficulty sending our students right now to the school they're assigned to. If we split that up and have to do double routes for the next 3 or 4 years, that's going to be near impossible. So there's a lot of things that we're going to have to think through. But there's factors in there. Jimmy will look at the moratorium numbers and see, is there availability for people to transfer back? Some of the questions we've got that we didn't anticipate initially, but I like them, were parents saying, if my child is in 5th grade right now and they'll be in 7th grade when this new zoning goes in. Could we go ahead and move in 6th grade so that he or she could start at that school in 6th grade instead of waiting till 7th grade? So again, great feedback from our community. Love that. So those are conversations that parents are coming to us saying, I'm curious about this, right? We had the same thing with freshmen. If I'm going to move in my sophomore year, could I go ahead and go early my freshman year? Again, we're going to do everything we can to meet the needs of those individual students, but we're just thankful for our families that have come out and talked to us, students, parents, community members. So what else am I missing, Jimmy?
Oh, before we do
yeah,
the
yes.
transfer, I have a question though. So when would this go in effect for what school year? Let's make sure
The August of 24. Thank you for that.
Okay, so that's not, so
ma'am.
if there's a student right now who's a junior,
Yes.
then the question would be, would that student have to move as a senior? And you're
'Cause
saying no.
they would be correct. If they're starting their junior, they would be a sophomore right now, a
Right.
junior in 23, and then when it went into effect in 24, they would be a senior. We would not move that senior. Absolutely. Right. It's current sophomores. So. But we know many of our students transfer for a variety of reasons, program transfers, just conveniences for families. There's a lot of things that we have to take into consideration. So we have told families that while this goes into effect in August of 24, should they be in the situation where they want to transfer early, we would extend that transfer window in the summer. After you as a board approve the zones, we might have some of those special exception transfers this summer to say, can I go ahead and transfer in 6th grade instead of waiting till 7th grade? And so we've told families that we'll work with those on an individual basis. So back to President Bodie's question right here, the implementation would not go in until August of 24. So that is, if you've worked in secondary schools for any amount of time or have had a secondary student, you know that many decisions about the next year are made right now, right? They're made in January and February. Students are choosing course selections, they're in UIL events, and so you can't make those decisions now. You need to give at least an 18-month, 12 to 18 months notice. So that second red box that you'll see right there is where we are. We are getting feedback on plan number 2, and should that plan come back and we feel comfortable bringing it to you, we'll be taking that to the Long Range Planning Committee on April 17th to get their input. Ideally, bringing you a recommended zoning scenario on May 11th, and then asking for your approval on June 8th, and then it would be effective in August of 2024. So that is our update of where we are right now. Jimmy, would you like to talk?
You did great.
So we do have one more community forum at Glenn High School. This one will be in English and Spanish. We've had, this will be our 3rd session that we've been able to translate into both languages. So there you are, May 11th, June 8th, and August of 24.
I think we're seeing some questions from the Treviso community about can they stay in a specific theater pattern. Can you give us more details on that?
We've had a lot of discussions about Treviso. Currently, they're zoned for Leander High School, Runnabrushy and Leander High School. And looking at some of the long-term impacts to Cedar Park High School, just like we've seen at the elementaries, they start declining. And so we're trying to pull some capacity or some students into Cedar Park High School. But the problem is Vista Ridge also is overcrowded, so we've pulled some of them, but then keeping their feeder patterns, we've moved the same kids from Henry over to Cedar Park Middle. And so Cedar Park Middle is going to be overcrowded if we allow everybody to go back down to Cedar Park Middle School. And so we've looked at a number of options to try to get them to Cedar Park Middle, and what it comes down to, we could do that, but then we'll be moving kids in Buttercup to Runnabrushy. Or if you rotate everybody around, you're going to have an extremely small cohort somewhere else. It's just, I mean, they have 334 kids in the Treviso area, and so it's not a small cohort. When you look at it by grade level, it's actually 20% is 8th graders. You know, looking at it in 24, 25, as you get out, Cedar Park Middle School, their enrollment starts declining, so Runnabrushy starts going up. They actually get up to 30% of the 8th graders going into Cedar Park Middle. So it's, you know, it's a timing issue, but it's just extremely challenging when you're trying, because your high school capacity is one place and your middle school is not in the same place. And so you disrupt the feeder patterns even worse. And so Marty O'Neill, which does all the mapping, we have done so many different iterations trying to find a solution to make them Cedar Park Middle, Cedar Park High. It's just, if we do that, we're gonna have to split up other neighborhoods even worse. And so that's the challenge we've had. I promise you, we have looked at a lot of different options trying to make them happy, because that has been our goal, is please as many people as we can.
Yeah. So when I look at Cedar Park High School, the 24-25 enrollment change is the highest. It's up 37% from the previous year. And so it immediately jumps to 109%. Looking at Vista Ridge, like if nothing were done, or just on the previous path that it was on, it was just going to be stable at like 113. And so I'm just trying to understand why there is that push
Spike
to
right
just
there. Yep.
to
Cedar Park High School
to
has a
crowd Cedar
spike.
Park High School, because right now it's 80%, and then it's just going to jump by
Yeah,
30. Over 700 students.
Yep.
That's a lot.
It's definitely, it spikes that first year because of, one, we've got to get relief from the north down, and we've rotated. Vista Ridge is 2,600, almost 2,700 students, and so we're pulling them around, and then also to get Glen relief, we've got to pull them down to Leander and Leander down to Cedar Park, which has the capacity. It's a spike, but that's because underutilized quite a bit. And so when we look at getting them to 2,600, that first year, you notice they dropped down to 2,300, I believe, over the 10 years, because the same small group of grade levels coming through the system are hitting the high school, and that will continue to decline. And so we artificially put it up high the first year, but then they get off, but because when we pulled it back around to Vista, they end up in trouble. And so it's just trying to get, we know Cedar Park's going to be declining over time. Henry Middle School is the same way. It's in the same boat. It spikes and then it comes down and it's manageable. And so,
But then it goes from being, what is it, the smallest enrollment to being the largest enrollment?
they've been that previously. It's not
Just
first
overnight
time.
in 1 year?
Well, it's like when you add a grade level to a campus. It's, when you are trying to pull back, it's just, if you don't do that, then you push up the construction of schools or a lot of portables.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just concerned about what that does to it's just a lot that will need to go into planning that, to absorb that huge increase, and it just changes the dynamic there.
It's kind of piggybacking off of hers, with LHS getting more students and the possibility of them going through a master plan. I'm having a hard time understanding how is that campus, it's a great campus, my kid goes there, but it's an older campus that we know needs a lot of renovations. We know that their rooms are smaller. So I'm having a hard time understanding why are we adding more students to that? I know we've got to rezone, I get that. But at what point are we going to be having more portables and spending more money on portables, because we're essentially putting more students there at a facility that is going to eventually, hopefully, go through a massive renovation like we want it to. So I'm trying to understand that, because I know in long range plan, we worked on some maps, and I know the maps that were released that wasn't the one. I know some of the ones we worked on, this one was kind of thrown in at the last minute. So I'm trying to understand, it was the Teresa neighborhood. That's where, because I did drive that neighborhood during rush hour to get to Cedar Park High School. Y'all, that's not fun. But I'm just trying to understand that whole putting more kids into LHS, considering we have this master plan schedule thing going on, and how are we going to accommodate those extra students without creating a massive mess? Because we know there's going to be portables there anyway when they're renovating the classrooms.
Yeah, it's accommodate. If you don't put portables At another campus, you're going to put them at Glenn.
Okay.
And you'll get up to 10 to 20 portables out there. And so that's how big of portables do you want at a campus versus having a few portables at each campus. It's trying to manage all the number of portables at a campus. And that's part of the long-range plan, as you know, to indefinitely postpone high school 8. We've got to pull back and get rid of the north. We've got to use the existing capacity as much. I will say Marty will shoot me right now. She'll probably be texting me, but we're actually looking at options. You know, if the overcrowding is what we don't want to have happen, can we phase it over 5 years? Do a 3-year and then you have another set change in 3 years, so you don't pull as many down. You do a small portion and another small portion.
Well, that's okay. That's awesome. I'm glad that y'all are considering that, because that was one of the things they brought up on Tuesday that I was like, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Because, you know, with LHS, we talked about this. You're going to be bringing in more portables, correct, to house the students where they're going to be doing construction. So that's where I'm trying to understand is, so you've already got those portables there, and then we're adding in 500 more students. So what does that look like? That's where I'm trying to understand. And I could talk later with y'all. I've got a lot of questions.
We're looking at that, you know, we're going to be looking at middle school tomorrow. That's going to be the challenge, I think. When we stagger the high schools, it's going to really have an impact on the middle school patterns. But we're trying to, can we not turn the faucet on all the way and do it slowly to get to the same place, but we just phase it in.
And so I think the idea of phasing it in, it seems better because it gives you that opportunity. We've talked about trying to put a school of choice somewhere, and so that way, and see how that works, and see if people just select out of their zone school and go somewhere else, and if that alleviates some of that crowding. So don't do everything at once, and then just phase it in, and that gives you the opportunity to try that.
And, you know, if you do the 3 years and you know, you communicate 3 years from now, there's a good possibility, go ahead and let these people know you have a good chance of moving in 2 years, but at the same time, when we get to that point, we'll have new data. So I would definitely recommend re-examine what you have, because it might be less or it could be more that you need to move. You just don't know.
And I would say, just to echo what Anna said a moment ago, that suggestion came directly from a community member in a community forum when we went out to get feedback. So I just want our community to hear we are listening, and everything that we've talked about tonight, the intent is to go to you, ask for your input, we take it, we bring it back. Again, we don't have it all figured out, and it is a partnership with us. And so that was just another perfect example of someone asking that. We said, great, we'll take it back, and Jimmy and Marty get in there and they crunch all the numbers and make magic happen, and we produce something else. So that is the process by which all of this happens. And so I sense that our community's feeling that they don't have a voice, but I assure you, you do. You have a voice, and we're listening all throughout these processes.
And then you also talk about, we have the concept of like the peer feeders, and then you use the term balance of enrollment. So that kind of disrupts or doesn't consider a peer feeder. But we've heard about analysis being done for trying to improve student outcomes, and that's being done on a feeder pattern basis. And so how does that take into consideration where there is no peer feeder? And it just seems like we've gone down, I can think of examples where we've gone down that path before, where we do that balance of enrollment, and then we go rezone again and we come back. We still tend to always come back to that feeder pattern. And so it just seems pretty disruptive for the kids.
I would totally agree with you, and I've only worked in fast growth districts, so I've never had the luxury of having a pure feeder of elementary, middle, and high school. So is it ideal? Absolutely. Do our principals take care of our students regardless of what elementary school they came from and what middle school they go to and what high school? Absolutely. And that's where our area superintendent team partners with them. And so if you have a middle school that's split between two high schools, that does not mean that one is going to get preferential treatment over the other. We're absolutely going to work with those individual students, right? I do think that in our district, you've got 6 comprehensive high schools and 9 middle schools. show me how that's going to line up perfectly. It's just not. I think it's just mathematically it's not. And so we have to really do both. I think when we talked with you recently, Sade, we talked about the elementary patterns, right? And trying to look at, right now we're looking at secondary, but in the fall, when we get ready to zone for our next elementary school, would we also want to look at those elementary patterns and see, is that something we could maybe look at some adjustments then? That might be another good time to talk about it. But unfortunately, there's just no perfect, you buy a house and you go to this school and this school and this school for all of, as long as you live there. I wish it was that easy, but it's just, that would make our jobs a lot easier, honestly. But we're going to take care of our students, I promise, regardless.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to bring it back to, because we heard from a student today about how you can lose a lot of friends, and then you start making friends, and then you're sent back to somewhere else. And people tend to like wherever they land, and then it's kind of somewhat disruptive to have them move somewhere else again. But I think the other question from Treviso had to do with the split. So it's kind of that similar situation, whether it's Leander Middle School, or RBMS rather, RBMS LHS, or Cedar Park, but not go RBMS. I'm trying to understand what that other question was.
They're wanting either Cedar Park Middle, Cedar Park High, or Run and Brushy, Leander High School. And because of the high school situation with capacity at Cedar Park, that's our biggest obstacle. And you can sit there and pull others, but it just creates, you still have the same issue. Whether you take Treviso or more of Leander High School, you're going to end up with the same small cohort, as they're calling it, 330-ish kids going from Run and Brushy to Cedar Park High School. And so it's just do you want to split this neighborhood or take the entire neighborhood? And we're trying to keep Treviso in one. That's the main goal, is not to split them. That's been a suggestion, is split the neighborhood, in which we really don't want to do that. We want to keep them whole and to make sure they are moving as a community to the same school. It's just, if we weren't dealing with capacity at Cedar Park High School only, we had other choices, it'd make it a lot easier to make that more accommodating. It's just where our capacity is, we've got to get somebody down there, and it's going to create issues whether it's Treviso or another group.
If I remember that 22 conversation, this was a 10-year, like we're thinking this zoning kind of puts us in place where we're not going to have to redo it as frequently, right? This is supposed to be like a 10-year plan?
We're trying to stabilize, minimize the zoning, of course, and what we really want to do is minimize the number of times they move. We don't want to move them through all this strategic rezoning and then high school 7 and pull them right back out, if we can miss that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's, and that's to an extent where you're in the fast growth area, it's very possible because there's so many houses being built, it's going to change. And so, but all the strategic part where the new high school not going to touch a lot of it, we want to move them one time and try to get them stabilized.
So the zoning, we talked about our community seeing information. Let's make sure we stay transparent on this, because this table that I'm looking at says that this year also, is it this for zoning, are coming up the 25, 26, at what point can we have that long-range planning committee talk about that? At what point will they need to make a decision to do that zoning that comes up? Because the community's they feel urgency, it's coming, and so we just need to be very transparent on if we're holding on that or.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We talked about updating the demographic, the plan with the demographic report, but we may want to update it sooner based on that, because I don't want to panic people, but I also didn't want to just put something out there that said, at some point in the future, something will happen, right? That's not fair to the community either, especially when y'all were making plans for other things that needed to happen. You needed to have some tentative dates on there, so.
Well, just to point out also, the zoning that's in the table is in the year of implementation of the zoning. It's at the end when we actually implement the zoning. Of course, that zoning process starts 18 months before that.
And that's for elementary 30, correct? The one that's being built in the north of San Gabriel and
Northwest.
Baghdad. There you go.
Correct, yes. Yeah, that zoning would have to occur in the fall of '23 so that it will open in fall of '24.
And I just wanted one comment. I've been going to y'all's rezoning sessions, and I really appreciate when, you know, y'all have a process, and I've been to them, and they've worked out really well. But when the community is like, no, we want to ask you questions, I appreciate y'all like willing to just not go with your plan and ask questions one-on-one, because I feel like that was pretty powerful listening to those parents, because a lot of them had the same questions. And same with you when you went to Vandergrift, you were for 2.5 hours. Like, I think that was pretty awesome, and I just want to say thank y'all for doing that. I know it was caught off guard, but as a board member and as a parent and a community member, like, I really appreciate that.
All right. Are there any further questions? Okay. All right. Here we go. We will go ahead and close out that agenda item. Board members, we need to take, we have some guests, and so we are going to go into closed session at 11:01 for purposes permitted by our Texas Government Code, Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and/or attorney-client privilege matter, and Texas Government Code 551.072, deliberation regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. There will be no action taken in closed session. We will return to open. Board members, it is 11:35 and we are back in open session. A little off schedule, but our policy chair, Gloria Gonzalez de Laquia, has given us a suggestion that we're going to take 2 of these items and move them to a later meeting, if everybody's okay with that. Are we all good? All right, so we're going to take 8B4, and y'all notice the big chunky ones, 8B7. Those took out a big part of time, and we're going to now those will be at our next meeting, and we're going to do 8B5 and 8B6. And so we'll go ahead and lay out 8B5 first.
Madam President, you also had 8B3 on here that we hadn't addressed, which I'm also up for, so I just wasn't sure if you wanted to address that before we get into the policy.
I'm sorry, wait, what?
8B3 we haven't addressed yet.
Oh, yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Let's open up to
simple.
8B3, the Wilco Joint Election Agreement. We'll start with that.
Yes, ma'am. We've already done, you already approved the Travis County agreement. This is the agreement with Williamson County to provide election services for our May election.
I move the board approve the Williamson County Joint Election Agreement and contract for election services.
I second.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. All opposed? Going to be opposed? 1 opposed. All right. Do you know what you voted on? Yes. Okay. Which item? Which item did you vote on, Paul? No. I'm sorry. Let's make sure then we all, because if you cast a vote, you got to know what you voted for. We're doing the Wilco Joint Election Agreement. It's our agreement. Put on your mic. So we got it.
I vote for it.
Okay. All right. So 7 ayes, no nays. All right. Motion carries. We'll move on to our next item. We'll go to, as we said, we're skipping that one, so we'll go to 8B5. Consider approval of TASB Comprehensive Policy DC Local.
Thank you, Madam President. Policy DC Local was a part of the policy review project that we have been working on. The policy committee has looked at this one, and this is one that we just believe has, that we wanted to sever from the whole package of other things that we're looking at because of the timeliness of the issue. DC Local, this proposed change would give the superintendent authority for approval of hires up to but not including building principals and above. So building principal, district level administrative positions would still come to the board for approval, but this gives the advantage for the district is that this gives us a little bit more nimbleness when we're out trying to recruit in this hot job market right now. And this is a request that came from Carrie Lynn, who unfortunately wasn't able to be here this evening to discuss that if you had questions about it.
Okay. Committee, can you tell us just a bit about what were your thoughts when reviewing this?
Honestly, we know that hiring is challenging, and this is a hiring, especially at all levels in the district. But in these roles, we need the district to be able to move quickly and be nimble in making those offers. And so we didn't want to hold things up. I know there's been times where we've had to move board meetings around just so that we could come and make a motion to get those contracts signed. So we felt like this one was a really simple item to support.
Board members, any questions? All right, if there are no other questions, I need a motion.
I move that the board adopt the proposed revisions to policy DC Local as presented.
I second.
Have a motion from Christine, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Next item, 8B6, consider approval of TASB Comprehensive Policy EIC Local.
So this is another one that was a part of the policy review project. The committee also believed that this is one that needs some timely action because the changes that are reflected in here will particularly affect our early college high school students. We currently don't have in policy a mechanism for class ranking and GPA for the early college high school kids, and this change effectuates that, and we really need it to be done before the end of this semester so that those kids aren't left hanging in our first year cohort.
Policy committee, want to give us any thoughts?
I mean, it's, that one's pretty cut and dry. We need to make sure we get that policy in place as soon as possible for our students.
Board members, any questions? Then I need a motion.
I move that the board adopt the proposed revisions to policy EIC local as presented.
I second.
I have a motion from Christine, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, that'll conclude. We'll skip 8B7, put that to our next meeting. 8B4 goes to our next meeting, and now we'll pull up 8C3, the business and finance monthly reports.
Good evening, members of the board. Tonight, we have our monthly reports. Just real quick on the finance piece. The summary of revenue and expenditures. We know this, we give this to you each month, January through June. Just kind of give you an estimate where we think we're going to end the year. As of the date of this report, we believe, looks like we're going to be about $2 million revenues exceeding expenditures as of the end of February. We continue to update that, but that's the latest on that piece as we see what the end of this year brings. The other monthly reports we have are the bond project status report. I don't have any really comments on that report unless there's any questions from your end. The monthly financial report, we're fairly much on schedule. Total, I think we spent about just under 50%. We're at 49.7. Looking at it on a function-wise, there's nothing that stands out as being above normal or on the percent-wise, except for function 35, which we are looking at that, and that's food. And the monthly investment report, that is still one of the areas that pleasantly surprised, but I mean on the higher interest rate, but it's because of the inflationary of the economy, but it is helping us. Providing the net, funds that we're not getting because of lower attendance rate, some other areas, it's helping us meet our revenue goals, our revenue budget, excuse me. Then our tax collection report, we're about 0.5% lower than we were this time last year, and that is really not due to tax collections per se, it's due to more refunds. And when we have refunds, they offset those to delinquent taxes, and when it's all added up together, we're 0.5% lower than last year, but we're still, in the 90s, I think it was 96, 97, but other than that, there's really nothing out of the norm, if you will. So.
That's a great report.
I keep it concise.
And you kept it, I know, you saved us 10 minutes there. Earlier, we saved 25 minutes on the other two items. We're like 35 minutes ahead on just those 3. Board members, any questions? Okay. Thank you very much. That'll conclude that agenda item. We'll move on to 8C4, discussion of district-wide intruder detection.
Good evening, Madam President, Trustees, Dr. Gearing. This evening I am here to discuss detection audits that we have been receiving this year from the Texas School Safety Center in Region 13. The top priority of Leander ISD in the state of Texas is keeping students and staff safe every day. The Texas School Safety Center over the past 6 months has conducted intruder detection audits at 21 of our campuses. The audits test whether a campus is accessible to an unauthorized individual. The audits conducted as part of Governor Abbott's school safety directives for all school systems following the tragedy in Uvalde. Seeks to help districts identify how campuses can improve safety for students, such as ensuring exterior doors are locked and closed and to keep people from entering our schools. The district appreciates and supports the measures in state and Safety Center have taken to help ensure our campuses are safe. In the fall, as per state rules, I came to the trustees to discuss a state finding at another one of our schools. The most recent finding was due to an exterior door that was locked and closed, but the auditor was able to access the campus because the door was able to be pulled open. The auditor was able to access the inside of the school, but was immediately confronted by a staff member and escorted to the front office. Based on an immediate inspection of the door, lemon leaf debris were lodged into the tract, and it kept the door from closing completely. The door is located in an area of the campus with large trees, and it was a very windy day, and so debris had actually entered into the door frame and a door track, and it had kept the door from being able to close completely. Our director of security did visit the campus after the finding and met with the campus to ensure a plan is in place to watch the door and ensure the area is swept on a regular basis. I am sorry I'm not giving additional details for this finding in the public session. By doing so, I would identify the campus and location of the building for the finding. We acknowledge that parents and community members are likely very interested in the details of the audit results. However, it is in the best interest of the students that we do not share this information to the broader public, as it could lead to compromising important campus security information. We do not want a finding at any of our schools, and this makes 2 campuses with findings out of the 21 campuses that have been audited. Our campuses have done an excellent job this year in being diligent and keeping doors locked and closed, and the audits, I think, show that. Part of the requirements this year for campuses to conduct door audits each week, and our campuses have been great in conducting the weekly audits. Another requirement is if any person is able to access the campus, they are immediately stopped and escorted to the front of the campus. On both occasions, the auditor was immediately stopped and or escorted to the front of the office. We've had 0 findings in both of these areas. I think that is a testament to the seriousness our campus and district personnel take to ensure our campuses are safe. Specific details of the intruder detection audit will be discussed in closed session and with the Safety and Security Committee on March 27th. We will continue to work with our School Safety and Security Committee for feedback and support on best practices to provide a safe learning environment for our students and staff while maintaining best practices for learning. The support from the state in conducting the intruder detections audits is just one of the many actions we are taking to ensure our schools are safe. We are committed to providing a safe and secure learning environment for our students and staff. We know that this work does not end, and we appreciate the board's support.
All right, thank you very much for that agenda item, John. Appreciate it. Okay, it is 11:48, and we are going into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel, deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties of a public officer or employee. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.089, discussion of district-wide intruder detection audit report findings. There will be no action taken in closed. We will return out to open for any action. Thank you.
Board members, it is 12:10. We are back in open session. Is there a motion from closed?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contracts for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2023-2024 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Francesca, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contracts for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2022-2023 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Francesca, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, there are no other items before us, board, so if there isn't any objection, we will adjourn at 12:11.